Guess what, George? We are live, my friend. VPF 2021, day
Yep.
2, morning session. Oh my
Uh,
gosh.
oh, look, and I just got a notification right now. This is Gilbert Garcia is live now. Valley Percussion Festival.
Well, they got it all wrong because it's Gilbert Garcia and Jorge Peña,
Oh, I think my name comes up
aka,
on there.
yes, aka.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I've actually been thinking about this a whole lot, being that last
All right.
Brazil from all these different places. So it's not necessarily good morning for us, but for some of you guys, it may be good evening, good middle of the night, good afternoon.
Yes,
So, good day to everybody logging in this Saturday to the second day of the Valley Percussion Festival. Amazing. What an amazing educational event for percussionists this is.
yes, yes. And we have some special treats, uh, and I think we can start sharing some of them, George. We have some very special guests today. They're gonna join us.
Oh, awesome.
Give me a quick second, and people can start, enjoying some content,
Yes, excellent.
some some camaraderie. So I think they know this person.
Hi, everybody.
Hey,
John Good here. I hope you're having a great festival. I mean, the Percussion Valley Festival is worthwhile, and Gil Garcia doing such a great job to get us all together. I wish I could be there, but can't this year. But I will tell you this much. There's one reason why Don, Chris Lombardi, and myself and all the artisans, men and women at our factory do what we do, and it's targeted and precisely for you, not because of anything other than the talent that you possess and the great things that are going to come out of what you do. And so I'm very hopeful and forever excited to talk to you. And just remember, if you keep drumming and you keep doing what you're doing, it's going to make such a huge difference in the rhythm of this world. And so I thank you. And my wife Esther and I are here at home. And hopefully that all changes soon. But I'd love to be there with you. But for everybody involved, thanks a million for doing what you do. And we'll try and make this world a better place, rhythmically, if nothing else. So, bye-bye and have a great time, great festival.
Hello, it's Don Lombardi here. Gil, congratulations, everybody behind the scenes. I know what an effort it is to put on an event like this. The Valley Percussion Festival. Another valley altogether I grew up in was the San Fernando Valley here in Los Angeles, where there was also percussion festivals, some I participated in and a lot that I watched. It's really important now that we can reach people all around the world with these festivals, and what a list of artists that you have. Amazing. I know you're going to learn a lot about drums, and you're going to learn a lot about percussion too, and the history of both of those instruments. I wish I was there. I shared a little bit of time with John Good recently when he sent his video out, and we were talking about, all the inspiring things that come out of events like this when you put them together. I can't thank you enough for doing it. I know there's some more great drumming coming up any minute here, so I don't want to be too long, but I want to honor everybody that's there. Tell them I wish them the best and miss everybody. And we'll do it in person one of these years coming up. That would be really fun. See you then soon.
Well, that's
Wow.
some motivational talking from the DW administration. I guess we can say that, right?
Yeah, yeah, the
Jo-
heads. Well,
yes,
John, what's his name?
John
John
Good.
Good is DW's drum whisperer. That's what he's known as. He's a guy that finds the shelves and makes things happen over at DW. Yeah, there's a real good documentary that I just seen recently, featuring him and the whole history and the making of the DW drums. Very,
Yes,
very good.
yes,
Amazing. Thank you, gentlemen.
yes, yes, indeed, indeed, indeed. And it shows to their character, that they were willing to do this. They both were willing to share some encouraging words. And we have some other, friends of ours. And when I say friends of ours, I mean friends of all of us in the drumming community. And at the same time, I guess they serve as our leaders, right? Because, for example, John and Don, they're at the helm of DW, and DW provides the world with these beautiful, beautiful instruments, right? And so, yes, we have other uh, guest speakers that will be joining us, and you're gonna really enjoy them. I promise you. Watching them when they submitted their content, I got a lump on my throat. Um, yeah. So, but there's lately, and this I want to share wholeheartedly with everybody that's watching us. You're hearing my name a lot. Gil Garcia, Gilbert Garcia, Gil Garcia, Gilbert Garcia. But there's an unsung hero here. And the reason why we all are here today celebrating this ginormous mega festival of drumming and percussion. And that gentleman, his name is Robert Botello. And it might resonate with a lot of us. It might resonate with a lot of us because we know him. He's been around for a while. His brother Carlos Botello, right, and big in the drum corps arena. And his dad also served as a band director. So a family of musicians, and him, Robert. You know, it's really neat how he started. And I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna let him talk because then we have to start today's events. So without further ado, I give you the originator, the gentleman that started Valley Percussion Festival a while ago, 30 years ago, Robert Oteo.
Hi, my name is Robert Botello, and I wanted to give a shout out to the Valley Percussion Festival, formerly known as the Valley Day of Percussion. It's an honor for me to talk to you about the history of this event. I started this event in the 1990s, and the reason why I started is because I was a percussion teacher, and I took all of my percussionists from high school to junior high to beginners. I took them all on a bus. And we went up to Austin, Texas, and I went to go visit my former teacher, George Frock, at the University of Texas. They were having a Texas PAS Texas PAS Day of Percussion. And at that Day of Percussion, there was people like Tom Ongst, Michael Burritt, Lamar Burkhalter, and Greg Mizanet, just to name a few. My kids had a great, great time, and it was awesome that my boss, Arturo Valdez, was able to invest in my kids to go up there and see this event. My kids got so much from it, they were so excited. So on the way back home, I started thinking to myself, why can't I bring an event like this to the Rio Grande Valley in South Texas? So thus, the Day of Percussion was born, And we've had the best percussionists in the world. I think we've affected thousands of students and teachers, and they've seen just awesome, awesome events. Now, this event would not be possible without the support of all the band directors in the Rio Grande Valley and in South Texas. And it would not be possible without Jim Melhart and Melhart's Music Center. It wouldn't be possible for somebody that motivating me to do this, like Lauren Vogel Weiss. But with all these teachers and band directors helping me, it has come to the event that it is today. And I'm so happy that Gilbert Garcia is handling this tradition, and now we're bringing this event to the world. Again, a great shout out. Keep it up. And it's so, one more thing I want to say is, it's so awesome that we can have a percussion hang and keep percussion strong even in the midst of a world pandemic. Keep it going, guys. Take care.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Robert
Yes.
again.
Yes. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, that gentleman, Robert Botello, is the gentleman who created initially this event. Back then, it was known as a Valley Day of Percussion. Valley Day of Percussion. And 30 years ago, the reason, and some people, George, have been asking me to, well, you know, because this event didn't have much social media presence before today, before COVID, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's kind of like COVID pushed us to do it. We had no other option, right?
Right.
And you know, people were saying, well, the list of artists and they seem to think of the Valley Percussion Festival as an overnight sensation, and all of a sudden it's getting all this. And the thing that I tell people is this: the reason why this event seems like an overnight sensation is because it started 30 years ago. It's
Yep.
because it's not an overnight sensation. It just happens that it got social media presence at this moment. Yes.
Yep. The seeds for this event were planted 30 years ago. You're right. Yeah, it was planted a long time ago. I remember coming down to the valley and coming to the percussion, Valley Day of Percussion, as it used to be called. And
Yes.
it is. It's always been an amazing event, bringing down amazing world-class artists that we would rarely see down here. And then they were coming on a yearly basis. And I remember right after a Valley Day of Percussion, we were always looking forward to the next one to see what other amazing artists were going to be coming down. And, you know, like you said, also the Valley Day of Percussion has always been associated with Robert Botello's name. You know, yeah, he's the godfather of this event.
For us locally here, right? Because it's
Yes,
a
for us
tradition
locally
for a long
here.
time.
Yeah, and
In
in case
South
maybe
Texas.
y'all, yeah, I was going to say, I was about to mention that in case many of y'all don't know where we're coming from. This is Texas, in an area known as, because I do know we have people from all over the world. Amazing.
Yes, we do.
We're able to have kind of a reach with this event. So, one for showing up and being here morning.
We have a guest that just joined us, and ladies and gentlemen, did you adjust your audio? Did you guys adjust your video? Are you on your favorite seat? Do you got your favorite drink? Because hang on, it's about to start right now. And without further ado, let's bring in somebody that, oh boy, he's clinic. Mark Eichenberger.
How's it going? Good morning, everyone.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good to see everyone.
Well, sir, can you give us a little bit of a scoop? Let me ask you something. I asked Rich Redmond this last week. Have you ever introduced one of your own clinics?
No, but I don't want to because the video that has an introduction, so I don't want to introduce the introduction, but I can talk a little bit about what to expect in there if you want, or because I don't want double introduction. That'd be a little crazy, I think. Yeah. So
Redundancy.
yes, exactly. Yeah. But I think the presentation that you're going to see, you kind of mentioned a list of some stuff that you wanted me to talk about with the front ensemble, and I was thinking, a pretty lengthy list because there's a lot to cover. There's a lot going on in the front ensemble. So, this video that you're going to see, and I've already started to introduce the introduction again, but the video you're going to see was recorded in 2019 when I was with the Arizona Academy, and they were doing an educational series, and really gave me a chance to put together all my thoughts. The stuff that I normally give out when I'm teaching or when we're setting up our, audition process or the, whatever, mode we're in. It gave me a chance to collect all my thoughts and kind of, spout it out in a, 7 to 8 minute bursts. And, they kind of hit me up to do a bunch of different technique discussions, timing and setup. So you're going to see the kind of the result of all that. And then, when you sent that list of all the things you wanted me to go over, I was like, I remember I did that. And so, I think it's a really well put together presentation. It was a good time. So you'll see some kids without masks because it was 2019. And we were in California and it was sunny and beautiful. And, some of the students come in. It's been a while since I've seen any of them. So I miss all of them. But yeah, that's my introduction to the introduction, which I think I'm sitting in the same seat when I introduced the video. So
You are.
yeah, different shirt. So it'll look a little different.
Okay. Well, without further ado, this is what we all came for. We came here to party. We came here to learn. We got here to get motivated.
Yeah.
What do you guys say if we do just that?
Good morning, Valley Percussion Festival. This is Mark Eichenberger coming to you from Lawrenceville, New Jersey. Look forward to sharing my presentation with you entitled Front Ensemble Techniques for Success. The video that you're about to see was shot in 2019 with the Academy Drum and Bugle Corps. It's going to cover a variety of topics, including 2-mallet technique, 4-mallet technique, timing as it relates to being in the front ensemble, as well as my approach to setting up a front ensemble. I appreciate being a part of such a wonderful event, and I look forward to chatting with you all after the presentation. So without further ado, here we go.
Today we're going to discuss just a general 2-mallet approach, and for me, just general approach to playing the marimba, vibraphone, xylophone, any of the front ensemble mallet instruments that you might come across. First things first for me, one of the most important things that I like to talk about before we even pick up mallets is just how we stand behind the instrument. I want to make sure that we have our feet shoulder width apart. Okay, that's the best stance we can get into. It makes us the most mobile behind the instrument. And also, if you're standing kind of feet together, you kind of get locked into one position. So being able to spread the feet shoulder width apart, nice relaxed posture, making sure you stand up nice and tall, and then keeping yourself mobile. Actually, when I play, I'm going to stand a little bit more on the front of my feet, just so I'm a little bit more active, a little bit more lightweight on my toes, and I can move up and down the instrument with a little bit more ease. So first, we talk about that with the students. Okay, make sure we have good posture, standing up straight, and then we're going to talk about just a couple things that before you even pick up the mallets, I like to think, like to make them think about how their hands are going to work. And this is one of the most important things when we play mallets. A lot of times people are going to pick up mallets and kind of swing at it in certain directions. But if you can get everyone to just understand your wrist is going to work this way for you. All right, straight up and down. So when we set up behind the instrument and we bring our hands up, we want to make sure that our hands, and however we're holding onto the mallets, that our hands are flat to the instrument and that we're able to use the wrist in the proper way and making sure that it acts like a hinge, as opposed to if you turn up slightly, now your wrist isn't going to move the same direction. Okay, so you want that freedom to be able to move up and down with the wrist. When we grip the mallets, and I know there's a couple different approaches to holding on, we've kind of come to really like a little bit of back fulcrum, but also keeping our front fulcrum intact as well. So when we're playing marimba, and especially at a slower tempo, trying to get a fuller sound, we want to use the weight of our hand to generate the stroke. And if you put all of your pressure up front, you're limiting how much of the weight of the mallet you're actually going to be able to use when you hit the instrument. So by putting just a little bit more grip pressure in the back of the hand, not squeezing so much in the back of the hand, but just a little bit of grip pressure so that there's contact with the mallet in the back of the hand. That's going to allow for the weight of your hand to function as just like a good counterweight to the mallet as it goes into the instrument. So you're just allowing the hand to relax and go into the bar. So, and if you're using the approach that we talked about with the wrist going straight up and down, then all that in motion is going to give you a nice full weighted stroke. And from there, we can also change as we play a little bit faster, but that's a good place to start. Just being able to get that nice full weighted stroke out of the bar. And that's without us trying to play too forcefully into the instrument, and also like getting, thinking about a nice full sound and striking the bar with the full head of the mallet. We always start with like a double stop exercise at the Academy. So the first thing they do every day is an exercise called no flams, which I'll demonstrate a little bit of that here. So the reason why we start with a double stop exercise is to make sure that both hands are functioning the same way. If you start just going like into a green exercise or a scalar exercise or an arpeggio exercise, and you're playing around the instrument, sometimes you're not going to notice, my left hand is doing this, my right hand is doing this, so I got to make sure that I got to correct this. So the first thing we do every day is really think about, all right, are both of our hands moving in the same way? And that's going to be a good starting point for a day. So when we start no flams, just making sure we have a good, fresh approach, having a nice full stroke from the wrist, and making sure the stick heights are even from right and left hands. So that's how we would go, we'd play that exercise. It's a little bit longer than what I just offered you there, but they go through, they really warm up, and we play that at various speeds. It also works on chops as we get to the faster. Now, when we talk about striking the bar, one very important thing that we discuss with the students is that we play in the center of the bar, okay? And that goes for the accidentals as well. There are times where the tempo is going to get a little bit fast, and we'll make them play on the edge of the bar, which is okay. We just want to make sure that we're aiming right for the edge of the bar. And we'll actually practice playing on the edge of the bar at a slower tempo to prepare ourselves to play fast at that right spot on the bar. So the reason why we do that is if you're in the center, you're going to get the fullest tone out of the instrument. Now, if we go a little bit off, the closer we get to the chord, the less resonant the bar. So we want that nice full sound, full resonant sound out of the instrument from there, and the center of the bar is going to get that done the best. After no flams, we'll go to some 2 mallet exercises just to get our hands moving independent of each other. And we'll do like a green exercise. And just same thing, talk about the approach that we just had with no flams, directly apply it to the green exercise. One thing I'm always aware of when I'm teaching is just making sure that we're not allowing the mallets to stack left or right. So that way we're not getting two different sounds out of the instrument. So we want to make sure that we play right in the center, and we're consistent with our beating spots, because that's going to get the clearest tone. And once you add 5 marimbas and 5 vibraphones and a xylophone, if we're not all playing on the same spot, it's going to give us a little bit of a gray sound. So we just want to make sure that we're really clear in what we do. Other 2 mallet ideas that we like to think about: when we're playing a green, I like to teach them to keep their torso behind the mallet, so that way you're always set up to keep your technique in the same spot. Some people will kind of reach this way, and what happens then is, as you can already see here, like my arm's going to get out of position, and now I'm not playing with the same stroke as I was here. And I really like that, because when I'm teaching younger students, the first thing I like to teach them is concert snare drum. Big target, get the hands working the right way. And if you're changing your technique over here when you're playing mallets, now you're not able to apply that same technique that you worked on a concert snare drum to the marimba as well, or the vibraphone or xylophone as we go through. So keeping the body behind the mallets is another big thing for us. And then just, what we like to fill our days with as far as the 2 mallet technique program, making sure we're really strong on our scales, all our major and minor scales, all of our chords and arpeggios, so that we're just very fluid around the instrument in a bunch of different ways. And then shaking it up and doing a bunch of different exercises just to kind of get us to feel the range of the instrument and to make sure that we're really ready to go. One of the challenges of playing any of the mallet instruments, as if you're playing piano, you can feel the different chords and scales as you're playing them. For us, we're playing with a stick, an extension of our hand, and we're kind of striking these instruments. So note accuracy becomes an issue. And we want to do everything we can to make sure that we are connected and having the same approach, so that our consistency is going to be in our technique, and we have that clear path to every single note as we go through. So that's kind of the rundown of a very brief overview of the 2-mallet lecture that we could give. So I hope that a lot of it made sense to you. And for me, just make sure that the body is staying behind the mallets, make sure the technique is staying sound, make sure we're staying nice and relaxed, getting a nice full stroke, and getting a really great sound out of the center of the bar, a nice full resonant sound out of the instrument. And as you go forward, you can dive in a little bit deeper and find out about when we play faster and changing our grip pressure just a little bit so we can shorten up the stick. But that's my general approach to the beginnings of 2-mallet playing. So at the Academy, we use Stevens grip on the marimbas, and we use Burton grip on the vibraphones. Stevens grip was developed for the marimba, and it uses the technique to get across the instrument with ease, and allows for quick changes of intervals. And the Burton grip was developed by Gary Burton, and he's an amazing vibe player, and he uses that technique flawlessly when he plays vibraphone. It allows you to be a little bit closer to the instrument since you have to pedal. It allows your hands to be a little bit closer, and also gives you some freedom to do some different stickings and voicings as you're playing vibraphone. So we really like to use that technique on the vibraphone here. So I'm going to start with Stevens grip. And if you're looking for further knowledge and information about this, I would always advise getting The Method of Movement by Lee Howard Stevens. It's his book, and he lays it out pretty clearly. But this is the way I approach it, and the way I explain it to students, trying to keep it as simple as possible, and make sure that a beginning student can listen to this approach and try and sort everything out and make it work as they're learning to play 4 mallets. So the first thing I'm going to do when I'm playing 4 mallets, or playing Stevens technique, we're going to divide our hand up. You're going to have your pinky and your ring finger, as well as your middle and your pointer finger. And the first mallet I'm going to place is going to go down here in the bottom of our hand. It's going to go with the pinky and our ring finger, and it's going to come through the middle finger like this. And so what I like to do is I like to think about both of those are going to be in contact with that mallet, and truly it should be like a 1/2 inch, I think, coming out of the back there. Some beginner students are going to want to grip up just a little bit further, just because they're getting comfortable holding that mallet. But I like to keep it right about there, giving it a good connection and trying to keep it as even with the front mallet as possible. So that mallet's going to go through the middle and ring finger like that, and kind of sit there. And then it's going to be gripped back here by your pinky and your ring finger. You're just going to kind of not squeeze it into the back of the hand, but you're going to hold it back there with a nice firm grip so that you can keep that mallet in place. Okay? And then the next mallet is where it gets a little bit tricky. And you're going to see how my middle finger is now placed out like this. I'm going to have that go right there for right now, and I'm going to put that middle finger there. And instead of jamming it directly into the center of the hand, which can cause some blistering if you leave it there, I'm going to go just a little bit further up into the meaty part of my hand here. So it's going to sit there. And now my middle finger has created a little bit of a shelf where that mallet can sit. I'm going to put my pointer finger underneath and let that stick sit in the first crease of my pointer finger. And I'm going to place the thumb over the top there. So it's going to create a little bit of a T here. And now you have a contact point on that mallet as well. So as you're set up, it should look like this. You like to keep the pointer finger out again to keep that leverage there and to keep the fulcrum intact. One of the big things and one of the issues I'll see with Stevens' technique when students are learning is just where to hold your hand and where to keep everything kind of in the right spot. So when you're doing this, you want to keep the thumb up because of the way the technique is used. You're going to use a little bit different motion from when you're playing like 2 mallets, where we're going to approach it this way. Now you're going to be approaching it with the wrist turn upwards, and that's going to allow you to get that motion going. So you're going to want to go through as you're doing and developing your program or teaching students, or if you're a student watching this and you're starting to learn, you want to go through and start learning the basic strokes. And the best place to start was just with our double vertical strokes. So that's just making sure that you're lifting up and playing with both mallets at the same time. Okay, so that's the starting point. making sure that we're, hitting all the mallets at the same time. We have a nice relaxed approach. We're using that wrist, we're lifting up. And then you can go into the different, single independent and vertical strokes. And getting into those sort of motions as you get more comfortable. But that is just the kind of the general approach for Stevens technique. Now with Burton, and Burton for me, when I'm teaching younger students, I like to start younger students with this grip. Just because, again, my philosophy is I'm going to start with snare drum, and I'm going to do a little bit of mallet, and I'm going to get your hands to be comfortable. So when we're starting, percussionists, if you can figure this out, the motion with your wrists, you're going to have a lot of success right away, because that's going to help loosen up what you do and get your motion going. So for Burton, it's a little bit more complicated on the front end about where the mallets go. So when I start, I'm going to do the grip, okay? I'm going to place this first one between my pointer and my middle finger, and it's going to sit there, okay? And it's a little bit awkward, it might fall off your hand. And I'm going to grab the other mallet, and I'm going to cross it. I'm going to have it go through the bottom of my hand like this. And then each of the fingers play an important role. So my pinky is going to go in between those two mallets. And you can see that it's loose when I'm trying to do this because, without all the contact points with the different fingers, that's where you run into issues. So if you're seeing a student struggle and the mallets are kind of flopping around, check their contact points. My ring finger is going to go and touch the mallet that's coming out my pointer and my middle finger. So it's going to sit right there. So now I already have a little bit more control. This mallet feels a lot more firm, and I have that pinky finger now only responsible for holding this back one. Now my middle finger is going to go across, and to start I always have them touch there just to make sure they understand where that middle finger is going to go. It really should be right about there, keep a nice contact. And then the cool thing for me about the way I approach Burton is that I keep this, like the normal fulcrum right here and the thumb there. So similar to holding a concert snare drum stick or a two mallet, when you're playing two mallets. So now you're set up. And again, here's everything. It's looking pretty good. And then we're just ready to go. I'm going to set up, and I'm going to practice the same approach and the same techniques that I would with Stevens, where we're doing the double vertical and single independent strokes. So just starting. And you can see that it feels, or you can see that it is nice and fluid because we're using that same approach that we have with two mallets. So it's just going to keep that motion nice and clear. One of the trickier things with Burton, and again, as you get further in, you would want to do sort of interval exercises with both Stevens and Burton. But I think a lot of students always ask, like, how do I move with this? So, for me, I've always approached it where I'm going to be able to move it with my thumb and my pointer finger, and I'm going to kind of spread it out if I need to get out to an octave that way, and then I'm going to close it down, and if I need to get smaller than that, I'll put my pointer finger out on top. So if you're playing a nice seconds, you can close it up nice and tight, keeping your pointer finger out on top like that. So, and there's plenty of exercises you can do to approach all this, and you can do it both Stevens and Burton, where you kind of going back and forth between the intervals, so you're working that as you get more comfortable. When you're first starting, we barely, when I'm starting like a young student, we're going to barely dive into that until we really understand how our hands work this way and how our wrist turn works, for those independent strokes. Which for both techniques, we have our normal strokes, so Burton with the wrist this way, Stevens with the wrist this way. And then for both of them, as we're going to play the alternating strokes, the next thing you really need to develop is this wrist turn. And that's what's going to help you generate the independent strokes as you're playing Burton and Stevens. So. Or with Stevens. So that's one of the things you want to start getting really comfortable with as you go through, because now you can play your chords, and you can play your independent strokes, and then you can go through and play with just one mallet, or if you're going to do some inner mallet work, keeping that rotation nice and strong. And that's the both, that works for both Sometimes with Burton, we'll change up our approach to how we play, and we'll go with mallet 4 as the lead mallet instead of the inner mallet here. So then you have a nice strong mallet 4 that's just going off of your 2 mallet technique. And that's kind of the general overview to get you started, and hopefully, like, you know, through your music and through technique and just sitting down and learning those concepts. If you can grab those concepts, everything else past that is going to start to make a lot more sense. So that's kind of the general introduction to both Stevens and Burton technique. In this video, we're going to talk a little bit about setting up your front ensemble and actually our approach at the Academy and how you can adapt different approaches for your ensemble, however you have your setup working for you. So the first things first, the big thing with drum corps these days is a lot of the front ensemble setups are being dictated on how we set up on the field. So this year at the Academy, we're actually setting the front ensemble up on the playing surface itself, so off the front sideline and to the left of the 50. So we have this kind of unnatural arc as we reach from the sidelines to the 50-yard line. So it created some issues on how we wanted to make sure we have good balance between the marimbas and vibraphones and having the players in the right spots for listening purposes and also sonically as we move some stuff around. So one thing you'll notice with our setup is we have vibraphones on the very end, and then our center 5 marimbas kind of as the heart of the front ensemble. We like to keep the marimbas together, most articulate instruments, so we got to make sure that they're playing together when they're locked in nice and well. This year, because we split the vibraphones, I was able to write different counterpuntal ideas between the left side and the right side with the vibraphones. And if you notice, the xylophone back here has a glockenspiel, and if you can see over there, the vibraphone on the far right has crotales. So I use that as, I'll use the vibes and glockenspiel in combination, and I'll just use the crotales and vibraphone in combination with that side. So we're always getting the stereo effect when we need it. One of the main things I think about, just in general, as far as setups, if your xylophone player is strong, you're going to want them to be centered in the like kind of center of you want them centered in the center of the ensemble, because they're playing the loudest and most articulate instrument. It's very easy for the players to latch onto that sound and really listen in and be able to clean up some licks that you've been working on that maybe would be a little bit more frustrating if the xylophone was on the outside. So you can use that as a definite timing device. This year we've added a drum set to our ensemble, which has kind of changed a lot of the things that we do. You notice the drum set is right in the center of the ensemble, and we use the drum set for all the timing and alignment on the field and also during our warm-ups. So we keep the metronome back with the drum set player. We don't blast the metronome towards the mallet players anymore. We just kind of lock in with what the drum set's doing. So that's been a key thing for us this season. We keep the timpani and electronics close together. A lot of time the timpani is going to be playing the same part as the secondary synth, or supporting the low end. So we like to have those low voices in combination. And that's kind of my thought behind a lot of the setups that I've used in the past, where I want to make sure that the similar parts are close together. And when we want to like pull things apart and use stereo effects or different sounds side to side, then we have to make our decisions about what we place where. So it's really important for me, you know, to have those items in a similar spot so they're nice and cohesive. Usually we keep the vibraphones close together. In fact, last year we had a setup of 5 marimbas on one side and 5 vibes on the other, so that the vibe line could play together and we can get some really great vibe lines going from this side and great lines from the marimba, and then combine the two. But with the challenge of our setup this year, you know, I adapted and changed the way I arranged a little bit so that we have that effect going through. As far as bass drum and tam-tam, your big impact players, we don't have a rack player at the Academy. We put in a lot of cymbals and accessories on the instruments, and we also have the drum set to provide a little bit more of those sounds as we need them. But as far as the bass drum and the tam-tam, you notice on the very far right side of our pit. For us this year, that is directly on the 50, which is usually where the battery is going to be staged. When we're having a big impact moment, the battery should be closer to that than if we put it on the other side of the front ensemble. So be aware of those sorts of setup issues when you're thinking about your ensemble. if you have a younger player that's on the bass drum and tam-tam and you're hoping that they're going to lock in and play with the ensemble behind them, maybe don't float them way out in outer space on the right side or left side of the pit. Maybe get them closer to the center so that they're closer to the stronger players and they can feel that pulse a little bit more. That's something I use with the high school groups that I teach as well, trying to keep those players kind of in the pocket so they're nice and strong. And it also can vary with how the drill is set up. So if the battery stays on this side of the field more often, maybe you're going to want to make sure it's on that side, or if they're on the other side, vice versa. So just kind of those are the things I'm looking for. A lot of thought about how the instruments are set up and how that's going to affect the timing. That's a big part of the process for us as we go through. Some other like quick items I always look for with the front ensemble setup. If you'll look, we like to keep our cymbals kind of at a low profile, not too far off the instrument, nice and flat, so we're not getting any weird shape, and they can go directly to the suspended cymbals. We like to keep them as uniform as possible so that we have a nice clean look across the front ensemble. We try to do things to make sure that we're nice and tidy. We want to make sure that when we're putting our cymbals up, there's not anything floating side to side. There's a couple that are a little askew right now, which we'll make them fix later. But it's important that you look great when you set up too. And you want to make sure that the setup is consistent. And that starts from just the way the cymbals are set up and how you lock in. Is your marimba in line? If you're setting up in a line, do you lock those bars in and make sure that they're nice in a straight line? And those sort of details, I feel, for especially a younger ensemble, just gives them a little bit more, forces them to have a little more attention to detail, which is really important as you're starting to get them to commit to being the percussionist that takes care of everything that they need to, and making sure the cymbals are set up right, making sure they're playing the right stuff, making sure they're approaching everything the same way. So you give them that sense of purpose with, okay, the front ensemble setup has got to be the same every single time, and I'm sure you're going to see results not just from the playing, but also from just the mindset of, hey, everything we do has to be at an extremely high level. We're here today with the Academy Front Ensemble, and we're going to discuss a little bit about our setup and approach to playing the first note of an exercise and how we work our timing as we go through exercises, the show, anytime we're going to play the attack. So that's what we're going to discuss today. So the first thing we like to think about before we play is we use a little bit of choreography to get ourselves to the attack, just so we get ourselves in motion and get ourselves ready to go. What I'm going to have Emily do is demonstrate what we do at the Academy, and it's not necessarily what everyone needs to do for their groups, but this is what's worked for us, and this is just how we approach it. Prep on 4, set on 7, up on 8, and then play the first note. Okay, and we do that as we get set on 7 and we go up for 8. We tell the entire ensemble to take a breath. Okay, because like other musicians, like think about the brass line, they're always having to initiate every attack with a breath. So for us, it's very important to have that same approach so that we're thinking about not only just hitting the things with the mallets, but also how we breathe and how we process that downbeat. So we'll have Emily demonstrate it. I'll give her 8 snaps here. So ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's just a simplistic approach to getting everyone set, everyone lifts together, and we go. If we can do that, most of the time the attack is together, as opposed to standing there waiting, and then hoping we play that first attack together. If we have the same approach and the same mindset from the start, we're going to be more likely to play the first notes together. When we play our exercises, this year with the drum set, we'll start the metronome, and we have Tina back there. She'll kick off the front ensemble. When we don't have a drum set, we usually just use 8 from the Met. And if we want to shake it up a little bit, sometimes we just tell the center to just go when they're ready. And that kind of brings everyone's focus into the center to make sure we're not just kind of, okay, 8 clicks, I got it. They have to watch and make sure they're ready to lock in. So what we're going to do now is we're going to play the first attack of No Flams. I'm going to give 8 from the Met, and we're going to do this all together. So just one note. One note. So that's the metronome only version. Let's do one where Tina kicks it off. So we'll start the Met. And we keep this same approach for our attacks during the show. If we have time to set ourselves, we're going to use that same choreographed move to get ourselves up to the downbeat. A lot of times they're changing mallets frantically, and they don't have a lot of time to do the whole prep. So we make sure that we program in these motions into the show so that when there is attack, we can go through the motion and know where we're looking for the attack, usually into center of the ensemble, so that we're making sure everything's aligned. Okay, we're gonna fix the timing here, front to back, and then we'll make sure that they play together this way. So that way we're eliminating the issue of someone making a choice over here about the tempo and someone making a choice over here about the tempo. It's either you're with the person next to you or you're not. And then if we have issues, this year with the drum set, we're going mostly off the drum set for our timing. So if we have issues with the ensemble alignment, then we yell at Tina. And she'll make the corrections and we'll make sure that we lock in. So that way it's only this one person making the decisions, and then we have everyone lock in from there. So a little bit more cohesive from the entire ensemble.
Yeah, there you go. Just to kind of follow up, I think, if there's any questions, we can get that in a second, but just kind of follow up. I think, as I'm going back through that and thinking through everything, it's like, the main thing to think about with a front ensemble is like, there's not like a one size fits all approach to making it all work for your students, for your group, whatever your ensemble is. So being creative and being flexible with how you set things up or how you train your students, I think that is important too. You can't always just come in and do, this is what we're going to do right now. And, because you have a wide variety of students. Some have never read pitched music before when they come to the front ensemble. So if you throw them over the fair, like sometimes they just struggle and then they bail. So, it's, for me, it's important to get everyone involved and get more students into the mix with all this. So maybe they're not the best pitched material reader, but you can develop them into, a killer, accessory player or someone who plays lighter mallet parts and does a really great job with it. They just don't have that. They're not learning things as fast as the rest of the ensemble. So, for all the technique and everything we talk about, I think you got to make sure that you're really doing what's best for your students too. So,
very good. Oh, I think we have Gilbert. Audio problems, Gilbert? Now, anybody watching this morning, does anybody have any questions? Feel free to type them in your chat box.
Yes, this is your once in a lifetime chance to be able to get your front ensemble questions going on,
Questions
guys.
answered.
I'm gonna give you I guess a secret, if you want to call it that, but I call or text Mark pretty frequently to get my front ensemble questions answered. Sometimes I think I bother him too much.
it's all right. Yeah, ask away.
Yes.
I think that the community is a very important part of this whole thing too. If we all kind of just go into our own zones and like don't everyone's just in their own camps and we don't like ever discuss or exchange ideas, then what are we really doing? Are we really trying to educate, or are we just trying to like win? And I think it's more important to develop get everyone up to a really high level so that the standard gets even higher. And if you're like thinking you're having some trade secrets of like, well, I know this really great trick for teaching two mallets and I'm not going to tell anyone else. Like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
sure, great, yeah.
It's like, it's to me, how I think of that, Mark. I think of I just wrote the biggest hit ever, a composition, but then I don't want to give my secret away, so I won't share it with the world. I mean, it's that's the way I see it. It should flow. I really think it should flow. I've learned one thing. I like to read a lot, and I like to read professional development and success topics. And one thing I have learned is that um, we get farther, we achieve more, we do more, we become more with friends in this world than with enemies. And so, having that free flow, of ideas and exchange, it falls under the friendship, under the camaraderie. I'm gonna be dead honest, and I'm not ashamed to admit it, Mark. My kids have become, a lot better due to you sharing with me your thoughts, your concepts, your ideas on front ensembling, if that makes any sense, right?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's important that we advance how we approach our education. And, I think it's got to change, the competitive mind. It's great to be. I say all this, and then I'm like extremely competitive, because it's like, but at the same time, I want to see everyone else be really great, and so that I have to be better, and everyone else has to be better, and as you're, right now, the couple of schools I'm working with, it's one, I'm developing a program, and that's a completely different challenge. You walk into I feel like when I was at the academy, I walked into a program that I had to develop, and I felt over the 6 years that I was there, we, not only developed really great players, but the kids that were there, the students that we had were, just, still some of them are really good friends now. And I, have been able to teach with some of them. So I think just not only just like the playing side of things, but also the community that we've created through that. And I'm trying to, establish that in a school district for our percussion as well. And, it's a challenge to recruit students to and get involved with band, because there's a lot going on, and I think the pandemic has like created this odd vacuum for us to reach out to some students that maybe wouldn't necessarily participate in marching band, but haven't been able to do their normal activities and are just looking for something. And I think it's the bigger net we can cast.
Yes.
In terms of getting students, I think that's important. It's a really important thing for us to do.
Yes, I
As
totally
teachers.
totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. You attract more bees with honey.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and the cool thing is, like, you never know, like, the kid that's going to show up that's never played, the 8th grader you find that's never played music, and but has the right mindset and facilities, and figures it out quickly and becomes this killer player. You're like, you've never played before. Wow. So I think just, again, trying to cast that wide net and get as many students involved. And that's one of the things that, like, when I originally was thinking about the clinic and everything, I was thinking about new orchestration ideas for the front ensemble. So often it's like, we're doing marimbas or vibraphones. We got a couple, the electronics expanded our players a little bit more. We're able to get piano players involved. But you get, adding drum set, timpani, other, bass guitar, electric guitar, getting kids that just like, hey, I play in a rock band. I play, bass guitar. Come play in the marching band. It's cool, and then they get to, interact with a whole different community of people who are like-minded. I think that's exciting for me, to get more people involved. And so as we kind of venture into this new world with electronics in the front ensemble, I think that opens up a whole avenue of, like, getting new and different instrumentals involved with what we do. So
Yes, just totally agree with you. And it's beautiful how you see the students, especially, the timid ones, right? Or maybe those that take a little bit longer to develop skills. I was one of those when I was in high school, and I still am. But you know, their confidence goes up when you put them, like you said, you know, if he or she cannot read front ensemble, put her on accessories, put her on bass drum impacts, and that kid is going to be, you know, he's going to give you the most luscious, beautiful, perfectly solid on time bass drum impacts, and his, it's beautiful the way their confidence surfaces. It's I I live for that. Personally, I live for that. I every time I see that face light up, it's like, yes.
Yeah, yeah, and I think the other cool thing is watching, as it, again, starting from like a fresh program where you come in and watching that the generation of students that came in with you, starting to influence the younger students and up their performance level, and because they come in and they see the junior who's just going all out, and the freshman goes, I'm usually quiet, but that person's just going for it, and I'm going to look ridiculous if I don't go for. So I got to go for so just kind of that, like, that building of the performance level, or like, hey, I don't know my scales, and but everyone else does. I'm going to go figure that. I'm going to make sure I figure this out too. So it's it's just kind of like nurturing that environment where everyone feels good about being in rehearsal, and like it's very supportive, but like there's also that push to like, well, I want to be just as good as that person.
Yes. Because that little that friendly competitiveness amongst them is beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
So.
we it's time for us to check out some really beautiful performances by the UTSA percussion ensemble, right? Okay, so Mark Eichenberger, sir, thank you so much for
It's been a pleasure.
this.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, it's a really great event. I'm glad you're able to pull this all together. So look forward to the rest of the day.
Yes, yes, and feel free to chat with us if you're going to be catching some of this. I hope you do, right? And stick with us for a little bit longer, sir. Okay.
Yep. All right.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you. Good
Thank you
seeing you
all.
this morning.
Yeah. Take care, everyone.
All right. Thank you.
I think they want to see the UTSA, not us, right, Mr.
No. Yeah, let's put them on. Here we go.
So who do we have up next, Mr. Pena?
Coming up next, we have Ronnie Rios. Ronnie Rios is a former band director down here from the Rio Grande Valley, incredibly successful director. His session coming up right now will be on developing a successful program. This man knows what he's talking about. Some fantastic information will be shared for sure with us right now.
Yes, 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 yes. Um, Thank you, Mr. Pena. Without further ado, here we go.
Yep.
Get up your notepad, pencil, and we're about to do this.
Everybody. My name is Ronnie Rios, and I am from Harlingen, Texas. And I'm so very excited to be here with you today at the Valley Percussion Festival 2021. It's virtual. The pandemic's almost over. So I appreciate all of you guys for being here with us today. Hopefully you can get something out of this session. It is called How to Build a Successful Program. And just to start off, I want everyone to understand that I am absolutely not an expert at this, but I'm more than happy to share some of the things that I did. And some of the things that we discussed today may be things worth considering for you, or to know that they're at least out there. So just to give you a little bit of background on myself so that you kind of know my perspective. I grew up in a small town, Alice, Texas, right outside of Corpus Christi, population somewhere around 25,000 people. And I grew up on the west side of town. And yes, Alice, Texas did have a west side and an east side. And so my part of town was really a rough area. So I was the kid that was getting pushed around. I was the kid in the free lunch line. I was the kid that had one pair of tennis shoes for, a year or two. So, it was not easy. The support system, maybe not quite, what it should have been. But what it did for me is it gave me a burning desire to want to excel at stuff. It gave me a tremendous drive to go out and conquer. And that's one of the things that I believe is very, very important, because it's one of the things I'm going to speak to today. And the decisions that we make through our careers, through our lives, and through our every day at our the situations we walk into every day at work, at home, our decisions are the things that define us. They take us somewhere, both good and bad. So our decision making is very, very important. This really does define us. So talking about programs, successful programs, and you guys don't need me to tell you this. You understand completely that a great program is always associated with a great leader. There's always a great leader somewhere around that great program. Sports teams, band teams, business teams, whatever teams. There's always a great leader associated with that group. So that's kind of like the common denominator. So today I am going to talk to you about some very important leadership qualities as well, just to kind of as a punch list, so that we can make sure that we're doing some of this, so that we position ourselves to have successful programs. So just don't forget, leadership is a huge deal with having a great program. Think about where you're at. Think about some programs around you where you're at. Are they successful? And if they are, there's probably a great leader that's associated with that program. So very important. We're going to talk about this. The session today, I'm going to break up into two main parts. One will be philosophical, and one will be go do it. Just go out there and get it done. Like pedagogical things, just make it happen. And I'm going to give you some just absolutes. This is what you can do to make this better almost immediately. So I feel that it's like attending these type of sessions and listening to speakers and just keeping an open mind is kind of like a workout for your brain, a workout for your professional development. If you are not wanting any problems when you get older physically, you eat right, you exercise, and you don't just maybe get on a treadmill one time per year or one time every 2 years and expect to not have any issues with blood pressure or, sugar in blood or whatnot, all the different kinds of things that happen to us as we get older. You got to stay involved, go ride your bike now and then, walk the dog, get on the treadmill, play some basketball, whatever you do, just kind of move the body around so that it gets exercise. The same thing with our brain. We've got to attend stuff like this. We've got to listen to others so that we can always work out our minds as well. So I just wanted to point that out. That's very important. Reading books on leadership, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit as well, has to do with the workout system, observing others, listening to others, copying others, people that are doing great at maybe the same profession or the same situation that we're in, is also a form of working out, is, copycatting, to try to steal some of those great ideas. So I'm going to start off with the philosophical part. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands, to build a successful program, you cannot do this alone. You can't go off by yourself and try to just do it all by yourself, even if you're a genius, because it'll take longer. So I even brought an audio visual aid today. I don't know if you can see that or not. And it says, don't try to be a solo act with developing a successful program. No one can do it alone. No one can. It just takes too long, and it takes too much out of the person. You can build it. You can be, take your little corner of the world and try to build it as beautiful as you want, but it's still not going to be, a successful program that you can sustain for a 30 or 40 year career of your life. It just will take too much out of you. So what do successful programs mean to me for the band program? Very simply, are the individual performers doing well? Are the individuals making, all area, all state? Are you, do you have great student leaders in your organization where they're kind of ambassadors for you and mini me's of you, where they can go out and they can teach marching fundamentals, or they can teach, trombone warm-ups, or whatever it is in your program? Do you have students like that are strong leaders that do that? And then also ensemble achievements as well as individual student achievements. Ensemble achievements for kids like beyond the region level. Like is your group being recognized at a state level of some sort, or national or international level, where they're going above and beyond the region level in their achievements, in their performance, their venues and whatnot. And then lastly, having a great culture, around the band room. That's also, I think, that defines a successful program. Is there a great culture? Are students practicing? Do you hear are the practice rooms full of people? Do you have to, have a clipboard to sign up for a practice time? Or, do you have rules in there of leave this place clean and turn off the metronome and whatnot? Because the practice rooms are just so used. I know that we're coming off the pandemic again, but, in a post-COVID or a pre-COVID world, what kind of culture did you have around that? Do you, did the director, did you get gifts? Did you get a Christmas gift? Did you get a birthday wish? Are the students high-fiving each other? Are they smiling when they leave the rehearsal room or the building to go to their next class? Or are they, are their heads down? Are they sad? What kind of culture do you have there? I remember that one time on campus at Harlingen High School, somebody thought that they should bring a pig to the gym and have a fundraiser to raise funds and have a teacher kiss a pig. Well, the student body all pitched in money because you had to buy these boats or whatever it was, and I was the one that had to kiss a pig. So what it told me was not that the kids wanted me to kiss, they wanted me to kiss a pig, but they were willing to take money out of their pockets for a good cause so that they can kind of see me in that, area. to have to kiss a pig. So I thought it was a fun thing. It turned out to be a great thing. But that's the kind of culture that we had. It was a fun thing. It wasn't it was no malicious intent at all. So having a positive, a great culture in your band room is also very important. So wanted to make sure that I threw that out there for everyone. Also want to make sure that everybody, you can, like I said, you can build a fabulous world, and I mean, you can find your little corner. You can actually do that on your own without having to get help. You can actually maybe disobey this rule here and do it on your own. But this may apply to somebody that's not in a leadership position. It's not you're not building a successful program. You're building a piece of a program. And if that's the only thing that you can do, like if you're not like in that, like I said, that leadership position, and you can just get a piece built, then go right ahead. And then hopefully you will be someday in a position where you can be, where you're kind of driving a program. So you can get that piece built, no problem with that. And I think all the pieces together will make a great program if everybody's on that same page. My past, what I've seen is not everybody had that same desire maybe as I had when I was not in a leadership position. So just something to maybe consider. Again, don't be a castaway. Don't be Tom Hanks in Castaway. You've got to get others to buy in and support and to be ambassadors for your program. So very simply, everybody, hopefully you're still with me, start off with staff. You have to have people around you to help build a successful program. Staff is very, very important. And I'm not necessarily everyone on campus. I don't mean that staff, but I mean in your band room staff. Very important. Parents, you got to have them with you too. You got to have their support. And the thing that I have found with parents is they just want to be communicated with. And it's a lot simpler in 2021 than it was like in the 90s, when I was first starting out to build a program, because you've got the text messages and the reminds and the WhatsApps and Snapchat and the Facebook. You've got you got all the social media stuff, so it's very easy to get information to parents, and that's really all they want to do, is they just want to be communicated with. That's almost what it's all about. Also, waving at them as you see them. You're walking into your band room as they're dropping off Johnny and Billy and Susie in the morning, or picking them up after marching band practice or after a sectional, and you just so happen to be crossing their way. Wave at them. Very important. When you don't wave, that's when, all eyes of those parents are on you. So it's very important you at least show an effort to be a personable person. Don't be someone that gets labeled unapproachable. So very important you build those relationships with parents. We are in the people business, so you've got to understand that. Again, relationships, so important. You cannot build a successful program without relationships, everyone. Just so important. Relationships with a capital RELAT, everything. It's got to be just completely understood. Sometimes the relationship piece is a one-way street. I had some principals where I had a new principal come in and I was trying to build a relationship, and they gave me their emails. And email, everybody has their principal email, but they gave me their cell phone numbers, and I would text them, and I wouldn't get responses sometimes. Even emails, I'd send emails and not get responses. And that did kind of hurt me at first, but I was making an effort. That was the right thing to do, is I was trying to build a relationship, and I didn't always get a reciprocated message in return, but just the fact that I was doing my part led me to keep being consistent with that. And I think that's very important. Again, some relationships may just be one way, but it's the right thing to do. Maybe that other person had an issue with, returning text messages or emails, but you can't control that. You can only control what you can do. Also, getting your administration or your boss, having a good relationship with them is so very important. budgets. That's your admin. Everybody, I believe, that has some type of program that may be listening to this has a budget somehow, somewhere, some way. So very important to dissect that budget and do the things that you need to get done to make your program successful. Is it have a private lesson program at your school? Is it having bigger, better productions for your marching band, for your spring show? Whatever the case may be, there are monies allocated to your program. So it's okay to not do the same thing that you've been doing the past 5, 10, 20 years, or that somebody else did the past 5, 10, even 2, 3 years ago. Dissect it, move monies around, make it work so that your program can gel. Free up $6,000 and then use that for a private lesson program, to start a private lesson program in your school, or free up $9,000 to go hire an artistic production specialist that can just give you these incredible marching band productions, and so on. Community. Very important to build relationships with community. Go out there and do stuff. Go perform. And for, the love of God, please take a sign out there with you so it shows who you are. If you take, a percussion group, or a brass choir, or a jazz ensemble, take something out there, even if it's a cardboard sign with your letters real big on that just says who you are. So important for people to see that. People are in this day and age, people are taking pictures, taking videos all the time. They're to take a little picture and they'll post it, or a little video snippet and they'll post it. It goes a long way. Again, this is a different world, 2021, than we've ever had. So important to make sure you're making those connections and those beautiful relationships with the community. Also on your campus, send out a congratulations email to the coach that won, district or regional, or is advancing to the highest round of whatever on your campus. Or send a fruit basket to the counselors. The counselors are the ones that make it work for you, or that not make it work for you. So ignoring the counselors when you walk by to go check your box is not a good idea. Waving at them, high-fiving them, maybe not high-fiving in the COVID world we live in now, but building a rapport with them, sending them a fruit basket. When the fundraiser person comes in, get samples and go give them to the counselors or to the principals or the AP in charge of your department. Very, very important. There's actually a Happy Counselors Week. I'm sure everybody knows that. There's a Happy Nurses Week. There's a Happy Principals Day. There's a Happy Secretaries Day. There's a Happy everything. So very important that you can add those to your calendar, or put somebody in charge of that. If you're the leader, put a director or different directors in charge of things so that they put that on their calendar to make sure it happens on behalf of everybody in that band room. So I just wanted to give you a few philosophical things real quick, guys, before we move on to the go do it phase. So that's where I want to go now, is to just get up there and go do it. And these are things, again, that I have been able to use in the past that have worked for me, and maybe things that you want to consider for you. The first thing is to get that program to really be successful. I talked about this earlier with staff. Again, I'm going to punctuate it here in the go do it. You got to find people to help you get to the promised land, or to the top of that mountain where you want to be. You've got to get good people to do it. If you inherit a program, then where the people are already there, then you've got to make those around you great. Maybe they're already great. Maybe you stepped in and everything's great already. And I haven't been that lucky all the time, but you're bringing in people, or if you're inheriting, maybe you're moving a few people around. That's one of the great things that a leader does, is they can put people in the right spots so that everybody can gel together. When you have people that are all in it for the same purpose, when you have good people around you, the program really gels, and trust starts to get strong in your program, and then you can empower different directors to be in charge of big things on your campus. And if you're going to put directors in charge of things, put them in charge and get out of their way and let them take control. And it's okay to have conversations with them about the direction of how things are going and so forth. That's okay. But you put a director in charge of something and then you try to micromanage it, or you try to kind of get in the middle of it all the time. That's not healthy. That's not empowering others around you. Yeah, you're going to have your 2 cents and every now and then, and that's not a bad thing. But you need to empower people, stay out of their way, and let them do their thing. And if it's not the right thing, then say, hey, you know what? I've thought about this. We're going to try this, and then this person takes over that area. Nothing wrong with that. So, very important, because when you have a staff that works together, ideas flourish. The kids see it. The program just really starts to gel. Again, if you inherit a staff and people are already kind of in their place, then the leader has to do things to make sure that staff, and if you have to bring people in from new folks into your program, you got to, as a leader, it's our responsibility. I'm talking to myself again, to continue to gel and to improve as a leader. There's lots of books, again, to feed your mind and work out your mind. Leadership books. One of the good ones is the 4 Disciplines of Execution. That's a really good one. Spark is another good book. Look, the main thing is, in a nutshell, a good leader does more for those around him or her than he or she does for himself. Let me repeat that. A great leader will do more for the others every single day than he or she does for himself or herself. So in other words, you got to take care of the person on the left, and you got to take care of the person on the right for you every single opportunity you get, every day. That's what a good leader does. So it's very important that we keep those things in our mind. So again, is to find good people, work with people around you, and make everyone better. Very important. Second thing on Go Do It, everyone, is offer great things, offer great programs, offer great stuff at your school, at your campus. I mean, you've got to be able to inspire students and fellow directors and you. I'm talking to myself. I got to stay inspired too. You got to keep that fire lit. You got to have fun stuff. You got to offer great programs and great things in your band room. What are you doing to do that? Are you doing Saturday things? Are you doing evening things? I know the trips have not been great during COVID, but post COVID, do you take trips with your band program? Do you go out of state? Can you go out of country? Does your school board let you do that? Are you doing jazz ensembles? Are you doing clarinet choirs, percussion ensembles, winter guard, percussion, spring percussion groups, percussion ensembles? What kind of things are you offering? You got to offer great things to give students opportunities and directors opportunities. Next thing, treat every single person the same. I know that sometimes it's hard to do that. I get it. It's hard to do that, but you gotta treat people the same. Those students they see, the directors they see, people are always watching you. As soon as you show favoritism, you're done. You're cooked. You've gotta treat people the same. Very important to be consistent with everyone. Be fair, be fun, be strict, be whatever, but be the same with everyone. And then my fourth point, again, is to make it fun. If your program is not fun, it's going to be hard to keep the numbers high and to keep recruiting and retention as great as you want it to be. It's got to be fun, because keeping things fun leads to consistency of efforts from your students and your staff. They know they get up every morning, kids and students, and they know it's going to be fun. They want to do something, they want to give back some way. It leads to consistency of efforts. If it's not fun, all of a sudden, your seniors are showing up late to rehearsal, especially if you're the first class of the morning. A director may show up late. When things aren't fun, look at the attendance in your room. Look, get there 5-10 minutes early. Look who's showing up early. Maybe they're there early because the bus dropped them off early, but more than likely they're getting there because it's fun for them. They want to be there. So you got to make it fun. There's a commercial about a flavored water. I love this commercial. There are some firemen around a fire truck, and they're pouring in like flavors into the fire truck, and they have the big water hose and they're spraying like firemen off in the distance. Real, that like trying to drink water out of a fire hose. And the guy, he's getting splashed and he's tasting and he's like, peach strawberry. Yeah, everybody's celebrating. He got it right. And then here comes the boss, the captain of the fire, the fire chief. And everybody starts to straighten up and sit up tall. And he's, hey! And it gets everyone's attention. And everybody, makes big eyes or scared. Are you guys putting flavor in the water in the fire truck? And everybody's like scared. They don't know what to say. And then the fire chief says, hit me. In other words, spray me. Let me see if I can guess the flavored water. That's beautiful. The boss didn't scold the people. The boss played with them. Maybe it was good. Maybe it was bad. Maybe it was a waste of water. But the boss got in and showed that he was human or she was human and played the game with them. That's fun. People see that. Kids see that. Directors see that. So I think that's very, very important to make sure you're having some kind of fun in some way. Because remember, if you're not having fun in your program, neither is none of the kids are having fun either. So you got to make sure you have fun. Again, successful programs, guys, be persistent. Calvin Coolidge. Everybody know who he was? You in the back? Yes, he was one of the presidents. Okay, good. So the former president, Calvin Coolidge, has a wonderful, encourage you to Google this statement on being persistent. Again, Calvin Coolidge, I'm going to read it verbatim. Nothing in this world can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education will not. The world is full of educated, lazy people, educated, what is this word here? I guess I should have looked it up. I don't know what that word is. Derelicts. Derelicts? Did I get that right? Shows you I'm not a genius at that. Persistence and determination alone are the key. The slogan is press on. Has solved and always will solve the problems of the human race. Again, it's not the most talented, it's not the genius, and it's not the most educated. It's the most persistent person. Will always get it done. That is a huge thing if you want to be associated with a successful program. Press on, people. Do it again. Press on. A couple of things about ourselves to make better, guys. Life learners, I said this in the promo, taking over the world. If you're a lifelong learner, you're going to be part of that taking over the world because you're always striving to learn better, faster, greater ways to do things. Think about the taxis. The taxis, are being replaced with Ubers and Lyft drivers. I know the last time I was in a taxi, it kind of had a weird kind of odor in it. And I couldn't pay when I got there. All my friends were out of the cab. They were already inside the restaurant and I was still trying to pay with a credit card on the swipe machine thing. And, and the guy was kind of mean to me, so taxis got replaced, or taxis, they're still around, but they're being replaced. So, you got to get better and continue to want to professional develop yourself all the time. Same thing happened with Blockbuster. Look at Blockbuster. They got replaced by Netflix. They charging every time I went to rent a movie at Blockbuster. I know I'm showing my age, but I got the movie and I paid for the movie, and then I had to pay like $8 in late fees for the past whatever DVDs that I turned in late. So Blockbuster couldn't quite get it either. They weren't, same thing with Kodak. Kodak never entered the digital world ever. You don't even hear Kodak anymore. Back in the 80s, they were all over the planet. Every parking lot mall in America had a Kodak booth in it. And now they're gone because they never really kept up with what they needed to do to enter the digital world. Even though some of the people that, not the bosses, but the underneaths were saying, hey, we need to change things. We need to do things different. And they never did. So very important that we are not afraid to do things different, that we're a lifelong learner. Those people are taking over the world. Having a mastermind alliance around you, very important. If you're an assistant director and you just took over a program, or you're about to take over a program, are you going to do it the same way that so-and-so did it for the past 10, 20, 30 years? Are you going to be them, or are you going to be you? I don't know. Maybe you can take some good, maybe you can take some bad. But the thing is, now you're in that leadership position. You have an opportunity to move things forward. Maybe they were already forward. Maybe they were in neutral. Maybe they were going backwards with some things. But here's your opportunity to move things forward, guys. So always have a mastermind alliance around you. In other words, your personal board of directors where you can refer to people for different things. If you're not making phone calls or text messages or emails to people that are doing your gig or that have done your gig or that are great at this gig, then you're losing out on an opportunity to have a personal board of directors to help guide you to success always. Skilled. You got to get skilled. You want to have a successful program, you got to be good at what you're trying to do. If you're in charge of marching band, you need to be skilled with how to teach that thing and how to, show others how to do it and how to listen for it. If you're in charge of the concert band, then go have ears, and you should be listening to lots of concert ensembles and finding the best groups in the world. You need to get skilled. Doesn't mean to have 10 degrees. Really, you don't even need a degree to teach anymore. You don't need a degree for a lot of things. I'm not trying to tell people not to get educated, but I mean, Google. You got Google now, you got YouTube, you have lifelines, you can pick up the phone and call somebody. You can go study, go learn. The important thing is get skilled at what you're doing. What you're doing professionally to develop yourself. This is very important that we're taking care of ourselves. Be cooperative. Everyone, when I get into meetings, I purposely am making sure I try to be the last one to speak. I just want to listen, be cooperative, and take in everything. Usually 9 times out of 10, everybody's kind of already said what I'm going to say. So it's not important for me to be the person that brings this up. I'm fine with letting other people bring it up. But things that, when people don't think about things, I may bring that up at the end. I like to be the last one to speak at meetings. I like to show that I'm cooperative and flexible, and I think you should do the same thing, especially when you have those kids that are trying to do many things on your campus. Be flexible with them. Be cooperative. Those are the kids that are the greatest ones on your campus. Those were people like us that did everything at school or doing a lot of things now. I mean, be flexible, be cooperative. A salesman is very important, guys. Unless the gig is already set up great, you've got to be ready every day to sell your ideas. Again, to instill a private lesson program. If you don't have a private lesson program, you can get one started. You can't just say, well, I don't have a private lesson program. Go find a way to get it done. You can do it. It's not hard. So you may have to give up buying a new tuba a year, or 2 saxophones, so you can have that money for private lessons, but move some money around in your budget. Talk to people. Talk to the boss. Hopefully you have people that are going to listen to ideas and so forth. It's very, very important to get that done. Or maybe get some money from the boosters, and make sure you pay your people good. And I mean, for people that are trying to teach private lessons, money talks for them, and they like to get paid on time and so forth. Be trusting, be positive. In conclusion, guys, fairness and consistency is the most important. You got to be fair and consistent with your expectations, your policies, your protocols, your rehearsals. Consistency, consistent. Don't try to do anything different for a day or a week or whatever. A scheme doesn't work. A culture will eat a scheme for breakfast 7 days a week. Your energy from your teachers, you need to be consistent with that. You can't have like bipolar, hey, everybody's happy, next day everybody's mad or sad. You need to be consistent from your teachers. You're sick, don't tell anyone. Just be consistent. Keep it to yourself. Your interactions with students have to be consistent, with parents, with colleagues, with the community. Again, only can be achieved with a unified vision from the staff, because the kids see the staff. They know when you're mad. They know when you're happy. Be consistent, great all the time. It has to be something that you can sustain for a 30 to 40 year career, guys. Again, your culture is so important. Positive for students to feel confident and safe in your band rooms. So have a great culture. I know I've talked about that several times. You got so many different types of kid personalities in your band hall. There are people with great support systems, people with kids with no support systems. They need safeness, they need consistency. They need a teacher that will give them mutual respect that they give you. Very important. They don't need another friend. They've got thousands of friends, these kids. They don't need us as a friend. We may think they do, but they don't. They've got 1,000. We need to be respectful as a teacher to them and want the same back, have fun at the same time. Again, we're in the people business. Wave at people, smile at people, talk to people, be kind to people. When you're trying to get somewhere and you want it to be great, slow is the best way to get there. Again, when I first started off, at my program, I would boast all the little things. We'd go perform somewhere. Somebody wrote us a letter. I'd make a big deal out of that letter. I'd post it on the band hall. Later, those letters turned into, Midwest performances and state performances. But we started small. We started slow. And it was letters at first from just people, from RV parks, and senior citizens and whatnot. And it led to great things. So you guys, you need guts. You need drive. If you want to have a successful program, and if you don't have guts and you don't have drive, get someone on the staff that has that. And you can help guide it and maneuver it. But you have to have that. I think it's very important to get a program to where it needs to be. I know for me, I was the type of person that did not take no for an answer to try to get the program to where it needed to be. And I'll give you an example. When I was 15 years old, growing up in Alice, Texas, I had a job at a seafood restaurant. I worked in the kitchen, dishes, and a little bit of busboy and so forth. And one day, I guess the boss walked in and she said, "Oh, we're not going to need you anymore." I guess I was maybe taking a break, or I don't think I was on task at the time. Maybe that's why she said it. "We're not going to need you anymore." And I was like, my world was shattered. It's like, oh my gosh. They're not going to need me anymore? So I remember going to school the next day, and I had a couple of friends that worked there too. It was like the latest, greatest restaurant in Alice, Texas. And I'm like, "Hey, are you working today?" "No, I'm off." And, "Hey, are you working today?" "No, I'm off too." So in my mind, I was thinking, hey, these people are off. They're not going to have anyone in the kitchen. So I showed up to work. And the lady that told me they didn't need me anymore wasn't there. And then the following day after that, I showed up again. And again, I showed up for like a week straight and kept punching in and getting credit. And then a week or so later, I see the lady again that told me, "Hey, we're not going to need you anymore." I don't know what kind of boss she was or how she was affiliated. I know she was in management somehow. And she looks at me and she says, "Hey, I told you that we'd call you back if we needed you." Because she told me we didn't need you anymore, but if we need you, we'll call you back. But so I kind of just took no for an answer and decided to show up to work because my friends weren't going to be there. And by default, I guess I got the job back because I didn't want to be jobless at 15, because I needed money for school clothes and just to get around and to do things. So I'll leave you with this. Your ideas, your methods, your concepts, your day-to-day business in the band hall. Has anyone ever fired you on those concepts? Has anyone, not listened to you? Metaphorically speaking, anybody fired your concept of how to, organize the uniforms in the uniform room, or your marching techniques, or your wind ensemble concept of sound? Has anyone not listened to you or fired you? How many times have you been fired, metaphorically speaking, in your career? And how many times have you showed back up the next day? Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Valley Percussion Festival, Mr. Gilbert Garcia. I hope you guys have a great rest of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie Rios, for that amazing, amazing session that you just had. Make things fun, offer good things to the community. Remember that we are in the people business. Very, very important information from Ronnie Rios, guys. Thank you very much, Ronnie.
George, we have somebody that wants to join us for a tad bit.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, full of
Do they
surprises
pass?
today.
Do they pass the test?
Ho ho ho! They pass the test, and then they pass the test for you, for me, for everybody that's watching,
Oh,
for
okay.
everybody
Awesome.
that's gonna watch, in the future. The doctor is in the house.
What's up?
Who do we have here today?
Valley. The Valley. In the Valley. Man, I miss the Valley. You know what? Can you hear me all right? I can't.
Yes,
Let me see.
yes, we
Let me
can.
put this on.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, cool. I miss the Valley, man. This should be like for real. I should be down there.
Yes,
Eat
yes,
some tacos.
yes.
Some enchiladas.
You just made me remember when we went to eat at that restaurant, and they were making the people that were having birthdays ride a wooden horse and wear a hat.
I did it. Giddy up, cowboy.
And it wasn't your birthday.
They didn't know that. I got a free sopapilla or something for that. Right?
Yes, you did.
Yeah. So yeah, awesome. Man, this is like heavy duty. All these people, I'm a little intimidated. I gotta say.
Oh.
Oh,
please.
Crazy good stuff you got, man. So I didn't know Mr. Rios, was it?
Yes.
Yeah. Ronnie Rios.
I'd never met him, and you had him on. I'm like going, oh, I don't know who this is. I thought I would know everybody in this thing, and so I was just sitting there listening to him. I'm going, dude, this is like gold. This guy's got nuggets, gold nuggets. He's just like throwing them out, gold nuggets.
Yep.
Great man. I can tell he's a great teacher. Great
Yes,
great concepts.
Yep, sure.
Yeah. So some of them I live by myself. So it's like, yeah, that's good stuff.
yes, yes. How about if you help us introduce our next clinician, sir, and George here, please.
Who is it?
Oh, coming up next, we have the author of The Art of Multi-Tenor Drumming. He is also the creator of the rudimentaluniversity.com. We have, he said,
Uh-oh.
I think we lost him for a bit.
Christian.
We lost him for a bit.
Titled Mastering the Art of Tenor Drum Playing.
Yes.
Oh, am I back on?
Yes, you're back.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, coming up next, we have James Christian with a clinic entitled Mastering the Art of Tenor Drum Playing, Beginner to Advanced. It's a mouthful.
Sweet.
Yep.
I could use that. I'm not a very good tenor drummer. I hit so many rims when I play tenors. I hit more rims than heads. I'm a good. I don't know if that's bad though. I could just say, I like to play on rims. I like, it's a good sound.
Yeah, sure is.
I'm consistent with it. I really consistently hit rims. So,
It's built in. It's part of your solo or whatever you're playing, right, sir?
Mm-hmm. That's right. Like Cospita, on the shell. I hit. It's hard to do sweeps and hit rims every time, but I can do it.
Beautiful. Well, here we go.
All right.
Hello, my name is James Christian, and this clinic is entitled Mastering the Art of Tenor Drum Playing, Beginner to Advanced. I'd like to start by giving a big thank you to Gilbert Garcia for hosting this event, and a big shout out to all the other clinicians. It's an honor to share this same virtual stage with you. Now, this clinic will not make you a master tenor drummer in 50 minutes, but it will definitely set you on the right track. For those of you who are meeting me for the first time, I spent 4 years as a percussionist in the United States Marine Corps. I performed with 2 different senior drum and bugle corps based out of Houston, Texas. When I was in high school, the Texas Percussive Arts Society held a statewide contest, and I was the state tenor drum champion, and I'm the 7-time DCA tenor drum champion. I've taught in Texas for a number of years, and I am also the author of The Art of Multi-Tenor Drumming. Now, I hate watching clinics that are one big long hour promo commercial for a product, so I will not be plugging that book over and over again, but I will just refer to it a couple of times because I'm going to play a few solos from it. Finally, one thing I will plug, I am the editor of the Percussion Circle magazine. If you have not seen that yet, you definitely should go check that out. Go to rudimentaluniversity.com and it'll be the first link on there. You'll see it. It's the newest issue of the Percussion Circle. It's a free magazine. It has lots of exercises for lots of different percussion instruments, and it is just a great resource. So whether you're an educator or a student, there's plenty to enjoy there, and I would really encourage you to check that out. Once again, that's rudimentaluniversity.com. Now, this is a pre-recorded video, but I know half the fun of watching these types of events is the interaction with other viewers. So put it in the chat right now if you are a tenor drummer, or if you specialize in some other kind of instrument, or if you're a teacher who's just wanting to learn some more on that. See who we got here. All right, I promise whatever you play, you will find something helpful in here. We're going to talk about some applications of this with mallets and drum set and snare drum and pretty much anything percussion related. And I think tenor drums are just a great mix of all sorts of aspects of percussion. Now, if I was doing this live, I would probably just come up on stage and play something to get everyone pumped up. So that's what we're going to do right now. Here's a solo I wrote. It's a one-page solo, short etude called Believe It or Not. And it's designed for an intermediate player who's looking to get into more advanced territory. The solo is also on YouTube, but for you guys, I have added the sheet music to it so you can follow along and see how it's notated. So here you go. Here is a solo to get us started. Believe it or not. That's a fun solo I wrote for more of an intermediate player who's starting to get into more advanced territory, so I hope you enjoyed that. One final quick note, if you're wondering what these are on my teeth, this is the one video that will probably ever be made when I wore braces. I had to wear them for 2 months, and I was supposed to have them off before this video got recorded, but they extended it by 2 weeks. So tip out there, if your mother decides to throw away your retainer when you're 18, don't let her. Make sure you hang on to that. If you are a fellow brace face, make a comment in the chat. Say, braces are awesome. Okay, so here we go. Let's get going. I'm going to cover some basic ideas, and as the title says, we're going to get up to some advanced ideas by the end. So here are the fundamental ideas that we need to start with. With tenor drums, you have 3 different axes, however you want to say it, going on all at the same time. The one that is common to all percussion instruments is the y-axis. So if you know from algebra geometry, you have the flat axis with the graph, and y goes up and down, x goes across. So first of all, you have to build your y-axis technique. You have to sound good on one drum before you start moving it around on lots of different drums. If you have bad quality sound on one drum, it's not going to fix it on multiple drums. The one slight exception I would say to this is if you're, this is a note to teachers and if you're a performer who struggles with this, if you tend to play really stiff, you have a hard time relaxing your wrists and moving your arms more fluidly, and you tend to get really stiff, I have found tenor drums can actually help to relax some of those drummers. So if that is something you struggle with, you might practice moving it on tenor. So like, say you play paradiddles really rigidly, try moving it and see if that doesn't help you get a little bit more of a wrist bend and loosen you up just a little bit. But I do want to say something about Y-axis technique first. There's plenty of other clinics that have covered some great snare drum fundamentals, so I don't want to spend too long on that. But I think we overthink this sometimes. Julie Davila did a great video last week on the 4 stroke types. Kevin Donka had some great advanced concepts to add with that. It gets confusing when we talk about all the different stroke types. And there's also the 5th one if you count the buzz. Usually we talk about a full stroke, a tap, a downstroke, and an upstroke. Now what I want to suggest is that there's only one stroke. There's only 2 ways you can move a stick. You can go down or up. That's it. It's going up or down. And everything else flows from that in different ways. And so it's the amount of finger, amount of wrist, amount of arm that you put into those. But it's really just one fundamental motion that you're making. It's essentially a tap stroke. That's pretty much all there is. If you go bigger with it, it becomes a full stroke. If you do a tap and then just stop it, it becomes a downstroke. If you're doing a tap and you're coming up farther than the rebound would do, that becomes an upstroke. So if you're still pushing down to get that sound, but you're pulling up at the same time. So really, I think it's just simpler to start with just talking about taps, getting your fingers moving and your wrist, and then as you get bigger, add arm. So here's my one tip on speed. Speed comes from fingers. Speed comes from small muscles, and power comes from large muscles. So if you want to practice getting faster, you need to build your finger speed. So if you're always doing this, you're never going to get very fast. Or if you're always locking your wrists, you're not using your fingers, and you're always going to slow yourself down. So make sure you get those fingers moving. They always stay on the stick, and they are moving on everything you do. All right. So once again, before you play it around on multiple drums, make sure you sound good on one drum. So if you're doing like some kind of diddle exercise, whatever your preferred exercises are, make sure those sound good on one drum. So before we talk about the arounds, one thing that a lot of instructors teach is to play it on one drum, to play it like on drum 2 or drum 1, slop drum, whatever, and then to do the around pattern. And if you're not doing that with a lot of exercises right now, I would recommend doing that. Play it on one drum first, and the reason for that is just to get a good sound check. Make sure your Y-axis technique is sounding nice and solid, and then you move it around the drums. And then you come back to one drum again and make sure, it's a sound check every time, making sure you're still doing everything you want, Y motion, and then you add the X motion. All right, we're gonna watch one other short video right now. This is the very first etude in the book called Fanfare. It's intended to be easy. There's only one measure that has 16th notes in it. Everything else is 8th notes and quarter notes. And it's just intended to get you moving around the drums. So let's watch that, and then we'll talk about the X-axis. All right, that was a world premiere performance of that solo, and you're going to get several more premieres as we go along. But in that, you can see that the whole thing was fairly simple rhythms, just moved around with a few little fun twirls and foot stomps and things like that for fun. But let's talk about how we're moving around the drums. Real quick rundown of the terminology if you don't know it. This is drum 1, drum 2, drum 3, drum 4, and then up here is the Spock drum. Some sets have 2. Most of everything we're going to talk about today will work for 1 or 2, and we'll go into that in more detail later. So I do want to point out, we talk about the y-axis going up and the x-axis going across, but look at this instrument. There's only 2 spots on the instrument that you actually have a straight line, from drum 1 and drum 2, and from drum 3 to 4, and the Spock drum. So when we're talking about the x-axis, it's sort of like on marimba or xylophone, where you have an upper manual and a lower manual. Those are the only 2 spots where you actually have a straight line going on. Everything else is a curve. So I like to call it a curved x-axis, and you have to be able to know how to get from drum to drum. Going side to side is fairly easy, but the curve is what throws people off. So if you have a default playing position, you're just standing here ready to perform. Usually you go over drums 1 and 2, or the Spock drum. That's why I like 5 drums, because it actually gives a center to the instrument. 6 drums splits it, and there's no, you always have to keep your hands apart. But however you're setting it up, you have to be able to know where to move to another drum. So what I see a lot of people do is they do this kind of wrist turn, and they often kind of flip their hand over. Now, when you're doing that, you have very little control over the stick. Like right here, when you're playing solid match grip, whether you play American grip or German grip, you have a lot of bone mass over the stick. So you have a lot of control on what you're doing, and you can get a nice full sound. When you flip it like that, all you have is the fingers. If you're trying to do doubles or something, it's going to be coming loose in your hand. So you're not going to have a lot of control, and your sound will sound a lot weaker. Plus, you're contorting your wrist into very weird positions, and you're going to cause damage to your hand and arm over time. So when you move from side to side along the curved x-axis, you have to break from the elbow, not from the wrist. Here's your default position. When you break from this position, that's a no-no. This is correct. So once again, say it with me. Break from the elbow, not from the wrist. In fact, just to reinforce that, type it into the thing right now. Break from the elbow, not from the wrist. Now, once you get the fundamental motion down, you have to play a lot. You have to get comfortable with the different positions. You can do just practice groups of 2s, just practice going back and forth from one drum or another, practice groups of 3s where you're making a circle or a triangle. I think it more is a circular motion. And then you have to build coordination between each of your hands. So like if one hand's doing 2 and the other's doing 3, you have to be able to build the coordination on that. I'll show you one more solo. This is the second etude in the book, entitled 8th Note Groove. As the title suggests, it only uses 8th notes and it has a groove, but the solo is intended to help you build coordination as one hand plays one rhythm and the other hand plays another. So this is a really important skill for tenors. So here you go, here's that solo. right, things are going to get a bit harder from this point forward. We've talked about the y-axis and the x-axis. Here's something I rarely hear anyone talk about, but it's very important. It's the z-axis. So x and y are 2 dimensions. The z-axis adds that 3rd dimension. So up and down is y, right to left is x, and front to back is the z. And you mainly need that for the Spock drum moving to the upper drums. And that comes from a little bit of the shoulder and the elbow, and you have to do a push-pull motion. And this isn't, it's hard, it's just harder in general, but this isn't usually too bad unless you're doing doubles, which we'll break those down in just a minute. I've got some good tips for sweeps in a second. All right, so far this is talking about the mechanics of the instrument. Let's talk about the musicality of it. So when you're playing tenor drums, you have to be aware of what type of music you're playing. What is the role that the tenor drums are serving? And sometimes that can change from one measure to the next, but you've got to be aware of it. And so the main ways that I think of it are 4 different ways. There's the single rhythmic voice, and it's basically the counter to a snare drum or something like a single tenor drum. It's if you're playing in an ensemble and maybe the snare voice plays a rhythm and then you play the same rhythm back, but on one drum, it's basically a tone color, but you're still basically serving the same function in the music. Sometimes you play it with them and you're just reinforcing it, so you're kind of just a bass reinforcement to go along with that. The second is an embellished voice. You can have a snare-like passage. You can play it with the snare or by yourself, but it's a snare-type passage. You're just moving it around the drums. And if you're not familiar with the term arounds, just means that you play like a normal snare-type passage around the drums. That's where the term comes from. So anyway, arounds give you an embellished type of snare voice. The other one is a melodic voice. So something more like you could even substitute for like the xylophone or marimba or something. And you hear this in a lot of cadences or more in concert band music where there's other things happening more rhythmically or more of a groove, but you are providing usually a simpler melody, but it can be complex as well. But not so much a snare type passage, but usually there's more space in it and you're providing a melody. Something like that. So the final one is a rhythm section or almost a drum set type pattern where you, especially if you incorporate the rims, you can get different sound textures, and like the video we watched where you're playing, like you're kind of establishing a groove. Sometimes you can do that in a solo and it just functions as like a little drum set solo, or if you're doing it with an ensemble, you may be providing the rhythm section while there's other things happening on top of it. So all of those things can be happening, and like I said, they can switch very rapidly from one measure to the next, and you need to just be aware of what you're doing in the context of the music right then. And hopefully that will help you be more musically aware of what you're doing and how it fits with the overall musical concept you're trying to convey. We're going to get into more advanced territory now. So here's a pet peeve of mine. When you're playing something that is a snare type passage, when you have accents in it, a lot of tenor drummers cheat. So if you're playing straight triplets and you're moving the downbeats to another drum, a lot of tenor drummers cheat and don't really play the accent. They let the change in the voicing create the effect of an accent, but it just sounds weak. So here's the difference between weak semi-accents and then quality accents that are clear in the intent. whatever you're playing, whether it's triplets or paradiddles or flam drags or whatever it is, make it clear. If there's an accent written, and especially if the snare voice, if you're playing it with someone else and the snare voice is clearly accenting it, then you need to match that and contribute to the sound equally. Don't get lazy and just throw your hands at the drums and hope an accent will pop out. It's time for another solo. This one is called Angry Mongoose. It's kind of a silly title just to be fun, but it focuses on single strokes all around the drums. It intentionally does not have any crossovers, but it still gets quite tricky as it messes with your mind on different patterns. So here you go, Angry Mongoose. All right, let's talk about crossovers. There are 16 different crossover positions you have to know. A lot of people just say, oh, just throw it over, but you actually have to practice what these feel like. So there's really 14 main ones and then 2 optional ones, which I'll explain in a second. And then if you have 6 drums, there would be 4 additional ones. So let's cover those real quick. So if your right hand is staying over drum 4, you'll have drums 4 and 2, 4 and 1, 4 and 3. And if your right hand is on 2, you'd have 1 and 2, 1 and 3. And if your right hand's on 1, you have 1 and 3 as well. And then the same thing goes the other way with the left hand on top. I won't go over all of them, but you can go through them and practice playing different things. Just play straight eighth notes just in unison, practice what each of those feels like, and then practice like little flam passages or something. Just like take a little snare solo or something and practice it in the crossover positions and feel. You have to raise your arm up just a little bit, drop your wrist just a little bit to get that so you're not running into the sticks on each other, and you have to learn all those different positions. The 2 optional ones I was talking about are with the Spock drum and the drums to the side. If you're playing drum 2 with the right hand and the Spock drum with the left hand, ideally you'll do it this way where you can clear it so you're not having to cross over, but occasionally you have a passage, something where you're going like this, where it just makes sense to keep the crossover position, so you also need to know that position as well. If you're playing on 6 drums, that doesn't change because you have another Spock here. If you're on that side, you can still usually work it that way. You kind of have to pull your elbows out a little bit, but you can also have the crossover there as well. The only real difference with 6 drums is the Spock drums. You can do crossovers with those 2, and also you have an additional Spock drum when you're doing crossovers with drums 3 and 4 like that. So you need to practice those as well. So 16 possible positions with 5 drums and 20 possible positions with 6 drums. But you really need to practice all of them and just get comfortable with them so they don't feel awkward. I do have a little exercise I came up with that I think is really helpful for practicing. I think if you just watch it, you'll pick it up, and I just recommend that you practice this a lot. This is from a previous video I made. I already put the sheet music with it, so I didn't feel like redoing the whole thing, so I'm just going to pull it from that. But here you go. Here is my handy dandy crossover builder exercise that goes through every single pattern. Here you go. If you miss any of this stuff, feel free to just send me an email, james@rudimentaluniversity.com. Send me your thoughts, or if you have any other questions or anything, let me know on that, and I will be happy to help you, or I'll send you a copy of this sheet music or anything you missed on that. So, all right, let's talk about sweeps now. Sweeps cover a lot. So sometimes some people call them scrapes, but it's basically a double, and you're splitting it between two drums. And you can do that with any combination of drums. Most commonly, you do it with 1 and 3 and 2 and 4, or on these top two with 1 and 2, or if you have 2 spot drums, sometimes there. But you can also do it wider. Now, there's 2 different ways we can look at sweeps. One is the distance you're having to cover, and the other is the technique you're having to use. So with regard to distance, I put those into 3 categories. There are adjacent sweeps, non-adjacent sweeps, and Spock sweeps. So if they're adjacent, the drums are next to each other. So drums 1 and 3, 1 and 2, and 2 and 4, those are all adjacent to each other. A non-adjacent sweep would have a wider reach where you're having to go between 2 and 3, 1 and 4, or 3 and 4, which is the widest and probably the hardest as far as the distance goes. The Spock sweeps tend to be tighter because you're going there. The 3 and Spock and 4 and Spock are kind of similar to adjacent or non-adjacent. They're kind of their own thing. But really, the drums 1 and 2 with a Spock drum, those are a lot tighter feeling. And if you have 6 drums, then obviously they'd be similar on the adjacent sweeps from 1 to 2 versus the 2 Spock drums. So those are the differences in the distance you're covering. Now, the other way you can look at it is the technique involved. The easiest ones are the outward sweeps, and that's like 1 to 3 with your right hand, where you just push outward. That's the easiest motion to do. Or with your left hand, it'd be 2 and 4, just push outward. Inward sweeps are a little bit more difficult, where you're coming inward. So 3 to 1, 2 to 4. Also, you're going 1 to 2, 2 to 1 on those. And you can do those also with non-adjacent sweeps. So like if you're going 3 to 4 or 4 to 3, that's an inward non-adjacent sweep. Right. And then finally, this is something you only do with the Spock sweeps, really. It's a push-pull sweep. So, and it's only with the upper 2 drums here. So if you're going from the Spock drum to drum 1 or Spock drum to drum 2, you're having to push outward. And when you have to do it the diagonal, that's the hardest one, where you're having to push. It's a little easier going out that way. There's a little bit of a push, but it's also similar to an outward sweep, so it's there. But really, the Spock drum to drum 2 with your right hand pushing there, or the Spock drum to drum 1 with your left hand, that's a push sweep. And then the pull sweeps is where you pull in. I personally find the push sweeps the hardest, but both of those are quite challenging. Let's take a quick break for another video. This is a solo. This one you may have seen on YouTube as well. It's called Fibonacci. You can look it up, just type in tenor drums Fibonacci, and you'll find my video. I give you a whole explanation of how I created it, but I used the Fibonacci sequence to create the melody for it. But this one covers different types of sweeps. So take a look at this, and then we'll come back and talk a little more about it. Now at the very end of that solo, you saw that it kind of combined all the different types of sweeps. Let's break those down really quick. You need to practice all of these different combinations to really get a good mastery of sweeps. So let's look at adjacent outward sweeps. That would be 2 to 1, 1 to 2, and then also over here with the right hand, where you're going outward, and then left hand going outward here, and then also 1 to 3, 2 to 4, all those. So these are different combinations. Now let's do adjacent inward sweeps. These are a little harder, and the way a lot of people struggle with these, I struggled with these for a long time, and because I would hit rims a lot. And what I finally figured out is if when you go to the outer drum, you will slightly turn your hands out, almost to a French grip, and then when you come back in, go back to, whether you play American or German grip, come back to that, and that little curve helps you clear the rims, and you can get a solid sound coming down on your initial attack, and then that little snap when you come in makes that second note equally as strong, and it's a lifesaver on clearing the rims. So let's look at that real quick. All right, so experiment with that. That's something I found works. I haven't really heard anyone else talk about that. So if you have an instructor who's like a hardcore tenor drummer, they may have other ideas on that. But I found that works for me. So I may experiment with that, see if it works. Again, turn your hand out slightly when you go to the outer drum and then bring it in. And that works. When you go to the wider drums, you have to do it a little more. When you come inward more, you don't have to do it quite as much. From like drum 1 to 2, you don't have to over exaggerate, just a small amount. And then if you're going from 2 to 4 with your right hand, it's even smaller. So the more you pull the stick towards your body, the less you have to do it. But the wider out, try turning outward just a little. It's kind of like the same motion like on a quick lateral motion on marimba or something like that. So try to get a quick motion like that. And then let's expand that now. So same idea, but now we're going to spread it out more. So let's do non-adjacent sweeps, and we're going to do outward motions. Those obviously get a lot harder when you go to 4 and 3 to 3 to 4, when you're having to reach wider. Now let's do non-adjacent inward sweeps. And it's the same idea, as I said, go out slightly and then curve it. And especially on these get really hard to clear the rims if you try to go straight across. So get a slight arc as you do it. Turn your hand out slightly and then rotate it inward as you go to the second drum. Finally, let's get to the Spock sweeps, and those have 2 types, the push sweeps and the pull sweeps. Let's do the pull sweeps first. So again, that comes from your elbow. So as you're moving around here, you're already in position, but then you have to pull your elbow back as you come toward the Spock drum. So 2 to 1 or 1 to 2, there is a slight movement of your elbow as you pull back to get the note out. So let's do some pulling sweeps with the Spock drums. And let's do some push sweeps. Same idea. I've found if you almost do kind of a upstroke on the Spock drum, then you can clear the rim, especially like this drum's kind of sagging a little, so it's a harder reach. Some of the different models have them a lot tighter, which I do like that. But if you have a wider distance to clear, kind of start here, and as you go, it's you're pushing, so you can do kind of an upstroke on the initial attack, and then you come down for the second note, and you can get those. So here's some push sweeps. All right, now one of my favorite coordination challenges to give tenor drummers is triple sweeps. So all the patterns we just did, you can do the same thing, but now with a third note, it makes it interesting. So like if you're doing outward adjacent sweeps, you can do just 3s, like 1, 3, 3, 2, 4, 4. And you can also do inward sweeps like 3, 1, 1, 2, 4, 4. since we have a third note, let's try breaking up where the sweep happens. Don't always do it after the first note. So let's do it with 2 notes first. So you're going to do 1, 1, 3, 2, 2, 4. Those get significantly more challenging. And now let's do them inward. We're going to go 3, 3, 1, 4, 4, 2. Now let's split it up even differently. So we are going to go 1, 3, 1. So you're going down and then right back. And then of course, let's do them inward. All right, so those get very difficult. It's a lot harder to play those than just straight up normal sweeps where you're having to change directions. But it's great coordination and it's really good practice for just accuracy. So have an etude that combines those. This one is called A Lot Uncommon. Play on the title, A Lot in Common, but there are a lot of uncommon time signatures in it. So, and there's several meter changes within those. So here you go. This is a solo that focuses on different types of triple sweeps. Let's also say something about accuracy real quick. You'll notice I have not mentioned anything about playing zones yet, but now it's time to throw that into the mix. So when you're playing around the drums, you don't want to hit dead center because you get a real dead sound. And you want to play too close to the rim, 1, because you're more likely to hit the rim, but 2, you get this real pingy sound on the edge. For the best playing zone, you want to hit usually about 2 inches away from the drum, give or take, depending on the size of the drum, but you want to do that. So when you're going between drums 1 and 2, you can play right in this area. When you're going from 1 to 3, hit the drum over in this area. If you're in the spot, you can hit over here. So you don't have to hit the exact same spot every time, but you have to hit the same distance from the rim every time. So this gets very challenging, especially when you're doing quick sweep passages, especially with a lot of crossovers and things like that. So I had a lot of difficulty with sweep passages when I first started playing tenor drums because I would just hit a lot of rims. And I finally realized it was an accuracy issue of muscle memory, of my spatial memory of where the beating spots were on that. So what I did is I broke down every sweep pattern like 2 notes at a time. I did that, and then I would do the follow-up, and then I would practice just going to the spot where I needed to do. So if I was going to go 1, 3, 1, 3, 2, 4, I needed to know exactly where that spot, the beating spot on drum 2 was, because if I went too far, I'd hit a rim. If I went too far to inward here, then I wouldn't have enough room to not hit the other rim. So you really have to train yourself to get those playing zones super accurate. I came up with an exercise that focuses on sweep builders, and it goes through every possible combination. And what it does is it isolates each hand, but it's aimed to get you used to playing a sweep, going to a spot, playing a double. So it also helps you focus, like I talked about before, focusing on your Y-axis technique, helps you make sure you have a good quality double sound. And then you go and do a sweep, and then you come back. So here I'm gonna pull this from another video I did that shows it. I already have the sheet music in it, so you can see that real quick. You'll get the idea as you watch it, then we'll talk about it after you watch it. So here you go. Here is my sweep builder exercise. Take this, love it, learn it, practice it every day if you're a tenor drummer, because this will really improve your accuracy. exercise. We only did the 1 and 3 and 2 and 4 with the sweeps, but you could also do it with any other combination. You could do it with inward sweeps and non-adjacent sweeps in every combination that way. So do all those. If you have a passage that you're really struggling with on sweeps, pay attention to if you're using inward or outward sweeps. Find whichever part you're having trouble aiming. So if you keep going 1 and 3 and then you're supposed to go 4 to 2 or something and you keep missing it or hitting a rim, then just practice that over and over and over again until you train your brain to know exactly where the note spacing is. I said we'd talk about some applications with keyboard percussion on this. Here's how I actually came up with this exercise. It came from Gordon Stout's great book, Idiokinetics for Marimba. And what it does is it trains you. Sometimes when you're playing marimba, you have to reach really far up here, and then you have to hit a note down here or something, and you can't always look. Your eyes just can't have that wide of a range because you can't get back that far to see it. So I'll show you this one exercise. It's the similar. I don't know if it's the exact same notes in his book, but this is one exercise from there. I'd really recommend getting this book, especially if you're a keyboard player, but tenor drummers, you should get this as well. So let's take a look at this exercise real quick. If you're a tenor drummer, I would regularly practice that. Just go over to a marimba or vibraphone or something and just practice this on a regular basis and see if that doesn't help your accuracy when you come back to the tenor drums. So that exercise had a full octave range for each hand. You can go farther, stretch it out wider. Obviously, the farther out you get, the more difficult it is, but it is really good for helping that muscle memory. The better you get at hitting a small bar on a keyboard percussion instrument, the easier it will become to be accurate in hitting these small playing zones on the tenor drums. Before we do a final summary, let's take a look at one more solo. This one is very groove based. This is much more like a drum set, and it starts with a bossa nova and it transitions to a samba in the end with a lot of polyrhythms mixed in. This etude is called Black Nightshade. Enjoy. All right, let's do a quick review of everything we've talked about. So we talked about the difference between the y-axis, the x-axis, and the z-axis, and the different muscle groups you need to use for that. Fingers, wrist, arms, all combined for the y-axis, and always break at the elbow, not the wrist, for the x-axis. And you need to practice all the different positions of crossovers. Just practice playing snare passages or things like that in different crossover positions so that those become comfortable. We also talked about the Z-axis, which comes with a moving of the elbow as you push forward and pull back. We talked about sweeps and the different approaches you can do with those. There's adjacent, non-adjacent, and Spock sweeps. And that talks about the distance you have to travel, and then the actual techniques you have to use. There are outward sweeps, inward sweeps, and push-pull sweeps. We talked about being aware of the type of music you are playing with the tenors, whether it's a more snare-like passage, a more embellished around passage, a melodic passage, or a drum set rhythm section type passage. I do want to emphasize the importance of practicing your rudiments and really building a solid foundation on one drum. You should probably spend at least 30% of your time playing on one drum because, again, unless you sound good on one drum, you're not going to sound good on moving those notes around. All right, I hope you've enjoyed our time together today. I know I have. Writing things out and sharing them with others helps you remember them. So if there's one thing you learned in this clinic, then write it in the chat right now. Let people know what you did. Be a good reminder to you and to them. And you'll walk away remembering it better after today. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks so much again to Gilbert Garcia and everyone who worked hard to put all this together. And thank you for all your support. If you have any further questions and would like to follow up, I love helping people and hearing from people. So feel free to send me an email at james@rudimentaluniversity.com or just look up Rudimental University Press on Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, and you will be able to find me there. Once again, do check out the Percussion Circle magazine at rudimentaluniversity.com. It's the first link there. Please share that with friends, students, family members, complete strangers, anyone who you think might enjoy it. So it's been fun. Keep practicing. Bye.
Thank you so much, James Christian. Amazing, amazing performance, amazing knowledge, and moving around the tenors. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Karen Christian, I don't know if there's any relation there, but pretty much sums it up. He makes it look easy. All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. I just want to remind everybody that if y'all are watching live with us today, make sure to drop in questions. More than likely, the clinicians are watching, and maybe they can get back to y'all when you're, putting a question on there. So yeah, feel free to chime in during the clinics if you're watching on Facebook, if you're watching on YouTube. So yeah, keep enjoying this. All right, coming up next, guys, we have the Texas Christian University Percussion Ensemble. All right, coming up for us. And following the TCU Percussion Ensemble, we will have Daniel Glass talking about the science of drumming in motion. So keep watching, guys. All right, coming up next, TCU.
Hello, my name is Brian West, and I'm the coordinator of percussion at TCU. We are thrilled to be part of the Valley Percussion Festival this year and to bring you some new literature, which we hope you will enjoy. First, we have a piece for large percussion orchestra called Golgotha by Adam Bruce. It's a wonderful new piece, and we just know you're going to love it. Then we're going to follow up with some steel band, with the TCU Steel Bands performing a brand new arrangement by TCU alum Miles Locke of an old Scott Joplin rag called Peacherine Rag. We sure hope you enjoy these performances and hope you enjoy all of this year's Valley Percussion Festival. Thank you.
I am glad my camera was off because I was dancing here in the room right now. Amazing performance by the young men and women of the TCU Percussion Ensemble. Super duper cool. And also, I just wanted to comment, this is a little side note. The sound quality y'all got on that recording was amazing. Everything just sounded so good. So fantastic job by the TCU Percussion Ensemble, guys. I just want to remind everybody who's watching right now that you can also subscribe on Facebook to the Valley Percussion Festival, where all the educational content and resources are going to be available 24/7 to everybody. Okay, so that's on Facebook to the Valley Percussion Festival. All right, moving things right along. Coming up next, we have Daniel Glass, drummer, author, educator with an incredible resume. His clinic is going to be entitled The Science of Drumming and Motion. Anything with science and drums together in the same sentence, you have my attention. All right. So, guys, please enjoy Daniel Glass, whom, by the way, is on right now with us. So he'll be answering any questions at the end of his clinic. So follow along. If you have any questions, jot them down and get ready to ask away at the end. All right. Here we go with Daniel Glass, The Science of Drumming in Motion.
Hey everybody, it is Daniel Glass. I am coming to you from New York City. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I just want to say how grateful I am to be invited to participate in this amazing event, the Valley Percussion Festival 2021. Some incredible people on the roster, so I'm humbled and honored to have been invited by Gilbert Garcia to participate. I want to thank everybody from the Valley Percussion Festival and PAS, and also, of course, the companies that have supported me for many, many years, which would be DW, Sabian, Vic Firth, Aquarian, LP, Drumtax, and Alfred. So this clinic is called The Science of Drumming in Motion, and I know that's sort of a big mouthful, but before we dig into what I mean by drumming in motion, I want you to think back to the first time you sat down at a drum set and learn sort of a basic rock beat. Tooch, chatch, tooch, chatch. Once you kind of got the limbs to play in that pattern, you got that pattern figured out, you said, well, what's next? I know, I'm gonna play it faster. Maybe you started to add fills, right? So these are the typical things that we go through when we learn to play. And that idea of adding stuff becomes sort of what we consider in our minds to be a sign of success. It is sort of like our ultimate goal is about complexity. And I've had many students come to me who've been playing for year after year. They've taken a million courses, they've practiced, they've, put in their hours behind the drum set. And they come and they say, Daniel, I still don't really feel like I'm comfortable. I feel awkward. I don't feel balanced. And when I play, it doesn't sound like how I want it to play. It doesn't sound like my favorite drummers. So in 20 years of teaching, the conclusion I continue to arrive at and get more and more convinced of this position is that the answer lies not in how much stuff we can do, how many patterns we can play, and in doing more. The answer lies in doing less, okay? Now, what do I mean by that? Well, too often we don't really think too much about the body and the way the body moves. Let's strip away what we consider to be the instruments when we play. In other words, the drumsticks, the pedals, the cymbals, and the drums. In reality, those are just tools that are there to do our bidding. But the real instrument is you, is your body, your arms and your legs, and the way you're balanced. The idea is to focus not so much on what your limbs are doing, the particular pattern or the particular stuff, but more about how we are moving. If we can understand factors like gravity and the weight of our limbs and use these to our advantage, that is the pathway towards having a profoundly deeper understanding of concepts like pulse, groove, pocket, flow. Not more patterns, not more fills, not more beats, and not more stuff. And so what we're going to do today in this clinic is we're going to strip away everything, and we're going to take a look, we're going to go back to that very first fundamental beat, And we're going to kind of relearn it in a whole new way, looking at body motions and movements. And yeah, we're going to pick up the sticks as we go. We're going to get on the drum set. But in its simplicity, this may be very eye-opening for you, and I hope that it is. So let's jump in and get started with the motions themselves. In the first clip, we're going to be looking at the hands, just the hands, and we're going to focus on a motion that develops the hinge in the German grip. Now, I encourage you at home to try these motions along with me and begin to understand what they feel like in your body. So the one element of the German grip I'm going to focus on right now in this first motion exercise is the hinge. The hinge, okay? Now, basically, we know that a hinge swings on a doorway and it moves back and forth. And if we consider in the German grip that the wrist is the hinge, it can lift up or it can drop down. It can move up and down, right? And that's the primary motion of the German grip. So we're going to start by focusing on the hinge. And we're going to do it in a very particular way. As you may have noticed, I have a cardboard box sitting on my lap. Why do you have a cardboard box? Well, the idea is that I can have my arm nice and relaxed and outstretched and sitting comfortably. So it's not too low, it's not too high, so my shoulders have to be up. It's just nice and easy and level. By the way, notice I'm also not sitting on a drum throne. So all I'm going to literally do in this exercise is lift and drop my wrist. But I'm going to do it in a very focused way. I'm going to set up a click. And what I want you to think about as you do this is the concept of lift and drop. Lift and drop. I'm going to use these words a lot throughout all the courses in the Drumming in Motion platform. So the way I want you to lift and drop is not two separate motions, but one motion that combines the lift and the drop. So you got a loose fist and you're simply lifting and dropping. The idea is the only work you're doing is when you lift, but you're not lifting and dropping. It's one easy motion, kind of like you're knocking on a door, right? Now anybody can do this. Don't even have to be a drummer. And that's why we're starting here, because this is a very natural motion and I want you to just feel how natural and easy it is. I want you to focus on a quick little lift and then you're going to drop and just feel the weight of your hand just drop. Totally relaxed. Totally easy, okay? Now, we're going to put on a click and we're going to do this in a somewhat controlled manner. We're just simply going to lift early enough that we can land on the click. So 2, 3, 4, a drop, a drop, a drop, a drop, a drop, a drop, a drop. Don't lift any earlier than you have to make this one continuous motion, and that your drop aligns with the click. So you might just start by doing this and see, well, am I locked with the click? Or am I having a hard time finding that? Right? All you're doing is lifting and dropping. In the next section, we're going to take the lift and drop concept that we just looked at for the hands, but we're going to expand it to the arms. Again, use the opportunity to see what this movement or these motions feel like. And don't forget to sing out loud with me. Now in this unit, we're going to take the very simple lift and drop wrist motion that we had developed in the last lesson, and we're going to expand it. So it's going to become a bigger mechanism now. And so I've taken the box away. My hands are just sitting on my knees. I'm sitting up straight. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with that wrist hinge, right? Lifting that. But as I come up, I'm now going to add the arm with it. So it's going to start here. In other words, I'm not just going to lift my arm like this. I'm going to let it come up like so from the front, okay? And what's going to happen is at the top of my motion, I sort of don't want to be any higher than my shoulder. So I don't need to come up here. I don't need to come out here. Just straight up as if you're raising your forearm, and the palm of my hand is going to be facing forward like I'm greeting you, saying hello. Okay, so the motion is going to look like this. Up, drop, or lift, drop. Now really what's happening here, it's as if I am taking my hand And if you want to put your opposite hand underneath, by the way, this is my timekeeping hand, so you should be with your main timekeeping hand too, whether it's the right or left hand. Put your other hand underneath and literally throw your hand up in the air and let it fall back down. This is the motion that I'm looking for. It's as if we're tossing our hand up in the air and letting it fall back down. Okay, so again, we're feeling the weight of the drop. So let's practice this motion, and we're going to add an element of time to it. So if we assume that we're dropping once again here, you know, that these are the quarter notes, and we're just going side to side, what I want is for you to sing the ands, the eighth notes that come in between those quarter notes. So, and, two, and. Remember, you want not to lift your arm straight up, but imagine that your palm is going to be facing forward before you drop so that you're lifting from the hinge. And really feel the drop of your arm. Again, the goal here is to focus on when we lift so that when the arm drops all on its own, it naturally falls right on the downbeat with the click perfectly. So the goal here is to focus on the up, not the down. And this is, I guarantee you, if you put some drumsticks in your hand and you tried to do this, first thing you do is start throwing the sticks down. And that's why no sticks, we can relearn and rethink about this motion. So the hinge opens, the arm follows. It's as if we toss it up in the air and then just let it fall back onto our legs. I can't tell you how important singing the space where you're not playing, how important that is. So let's get the click going and let's try this exercise. Ready? 2 and 3 and 4 and. Now I want you to actually be saying the word and out loud, okay? In other words, there's a famous phrase that I learned when I was in music school, which is if you can say it, you can play it. Maybe the jazz version of it is if you can sing it, you can swing it, okay? But in either case, actually verbally articulating what you're doing is extremely important. Not just thinking about it in your head, but actually saying it out loud. When you say something out loud, you are committing to it, and it really forces you to say, well, am I really right with this? Or am I just imagining it? And. I want you to get so addicted to feeling the up. And the way to do that is to say the and. Okay, so now we're going to go downstairs and we're going to see how you can translate that idea of lift and drop to the feet. In the last couple of lessons, we looked at a couple of different kinds of hand motions, right? One involving the wrist hinge, letting it lift and drop, and then extending that idea to the arms and the wrist. So now we're going to do exactly the same thing using our feet. And there's so much, you know, in the study of drumming, so much discussion about how to play the bass drum and the pedals and heel up and heel down and all that kind of stuff. It really takes us away from fundamentally what the purpose of the feet were at the beginning of the drum set, which was essentially to mimic a marching pattern in the bass drum or in the bass drum and cymbal. And so we're going to kind of get back to that in this particular exercise so we can just sort of get back in touch with the motion and feel, again, the motions being very natural. And so we're going to do something similar to what we just did with the hands. So let's take a look. The first is simply we're going to tap our feet. We're going to lift and drop and just feel the front of the foot come up and then feel the weight of it fall to the floor. And just like we did with the hands, we're going to let it all be one motion. In other words, I don't want you to go up, down, up, down. And the reason why is that if you come up and you stop, then your desire is going to be to push the foot down. We're not pushing the foot down, we're letting it drop. Lift and drop. Remember, same idea. Okay, so a boom, up, drop, up, drop, up, drop. And the goal is the same as what we did with the wrist hinge, which is that we want to figure out when to lift so that when we drop right in with the click. Okay? So we're going to just go back and forth like this. So let's put our click again at 70 BPM and let's try it. Nice and easy. A drop, 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 a drop. Now anybody can do these motions, right? Non-drummers just sitting there tapping their feet. We see people do this all the time. So just get into the ease of it and go back and forth. And what I want you to imagine, let's go back in time. I want you to imagine that it's New Orleans in the early days of jazz, but you're in a brass band and you're just marching. And it's the summertime and it's hot, everybody's sweating. But we want to get groovy, we want to get funky, because that's what a New Orleans brass band does, right? And so I just want you to feel the back and forth that you're creating with this motion. Just a boom, a boom, a boom, a boom. Just marching down the street, nice and easy. And each one of these is a footfall. Don't lift early, lift as late as you can, but early enough that the foot just drops right with the click. Again, this is not hard or easy. The idea is to get you to feel something. Just feel this marching idea and make it musical, make it beautiful. And notice also that I'm sitting on my drum throne now. I'm not sitting in a chair anymore. Notice my hips are just a little higher than my knees. And what I want you to do as you do this is also let your hands fall at your side. And just see if you can balance yourself on your pelvis. Again, it's not necessarily as easy as it seems. And find a placement for your feet so that you feel balanced as you do this. Your feet are not too far back, they're not too far forward. You know, forget about how you set up your drum set, just let things bounce, okay? So that's one. Now, let's do our second motion. If we look at the feet, we're gonna do the opposite. We're gonna lift the back of our legs now, okay? Again, this is another very natural, easy motion that lots of people do. People just sit around doing this, right? Nervous tick or whatever you wanna say. But again, we're going to do the same thing. And what I want you to imagine is all you're doing is lifting the back part of your leg and letting it fall. So it's coming up and then it's basically rolling back down, right? We don't lift it off the ground yet. We're just doing this, okay? Back and forth. Again, time yourself so that your lift that's where you're doing just a tiny bit of work, throwing that leg up in the air as it were, and then letting it fall right back down. So it's a different kind of a march, but the same idea. We're just getting connected, nice and easy. And dance with it, march with it, have fun with it, make music out of it. Okay, I hope you're doing all right and following with me so far. Next, we're going to combine the two hands, and in doing so, we're going to focus more deeply on this concept that I talk about a lot called interdependence. So this motion that we just created, this lift and drop idea, where we're throwing their arm up in the air, letting the wrist, the hinge open, coming back down, keeping our German grip consistent. Of course, when we play a groove, this motion is actually going to be on the hi-hat. So let's try it on the hi-hat now. Now, a couple of things that are different, obviously, when you move to the hi-hat's not in front of you. The hi-hat is a little more, it moves, right, on its own sometimes, and it's not flat. It has this curvature to it. So we have to keep all of that in mind. So what I recommend is as you work on this motion, stay on the tip of your stick for now. Always be on the tip of your stick, even though a lot of rockers play here on this part. But for now, just feel the drop. Okay, so same thing, make sure if your hand was here, Ted Reed, elbow out, that we're just gonna move the whole arm over here. We might even slide a little over from the pelvis, so just take our whole body there. We don't wanna be up here, but on the same token, a lot of drummers play on the edge of the cymbal. We don't really wanna be on the edge either. We wanna get some of the meat of the cymbal. So I usually play somewhere maybe a third of the way up, okay? So same idea, we're gonna count the ands out loud and we're gonna lift and then just let the arm fall. Remember, when we lift, we're not just lifting the arm up like this, we're letting the hinge open and following the stick. So if you watch again the tip of the stick, this tip of the stick kind of tells the tail, right? At the same time as we do that, we're not letting the stick out of our hand. As I said, the back fingers allow us a little bit of wiggle room. So it may look like my fingers are opening, but in reality, they're only letting the stick go so far, okay? So it's a little bit of wiggle room, but mostly we want to think about the motion in this exercise being this hinge opening and then dropping back down to flat, okay? Hinge work. Get focused on your hinge, people. That's the biggest issue I find with my students, is that when people play German grip, their hinge is frozen. So they're either using a lot of fingers or opening up their hand, or using a lot of arms, which of course can mean a lot of tension. But this, which you would think, is the important part, people aren't paying much attention to it. So that's really what we're going to be focusing on. And. Notice I'm just dropping my arm. And. So it's as if I'm throwing it up and letting it fall back down. One motion. We don't stop at the top and make two motions and control each motion. It's one motion. And. If you focus on the up, the down is for free. The down, you don't have to do anything to make it happen. And. Okay, now let's get creative. And. Try pad. If it's easier on the pad, then move it up here. Feel what that feels like. And. Okay? When you think you can do it, then it's time to do it again. And then it's time to do it again. And put on music. Do it for the course of a song. Don't add any other parts yet. Don't see, gee, how's this going to fit into a big rock groove? Just do the motion. Stay focused. Keep your focus. Focus on all the details, right? All these little elements that we're talking about, that's the difference between the greats and everyone else. So assert some discipline and really dig in deep. When you've done it 5 more times, what if I did it again? What if I tried it one more time? Keep going and just until it becomes as easy as breathing. So now let's focus on the role of the left hand, and let's figure out how we're going to put the right and the left hands together. Again, seems so easy, seems so simple. These are things you've been doing your whole life as a drummer, but stay with me. We're focusing on them in new ways, and we're not really thinking about them as drumming, but more as moving for right now. So the left hand is going to do exactly what the right hand did. It's going to, focusing on the hinge, we're picking up and letting this fall back down. And let's just try this on the pad. So, and. Right? Now you're probably going to notice that one of your hands is not as strong at learning this material as the other. Interestingly, we would think the dominant hand would learn faster, but sometimes it's our quote-unquote weak hand that actually learns faster because it doesn't have such a large ego, shall we say, as the dominant hand, right? So it learns more quickly. But the idea is the same. Practice this by itself. And, right? Remember, we're lifting into the hinge. We lift out of the hinge, the arm follows, everything is relaxed. Notice nothing's happening above my collarbones at all. I'm not lifting my arms, or I'm lifting the front, the forearm, but I'm not lifting the back of the arm or the shoulders, okay? Now, once you get this down, and the other hand, let's put the two hands together and literally have them do the same motion, okay? And. Now, as you do this, watch yourself in the mirror, okay? And, have your click going, have your music going, but notice, is there symmetry to what I'm doing? Are both hands doing it? Is one hand weaker than the other? If so, what's happening in the stronger hand that's not happening in the weak hand? Am I really letting both hands drop, right? Hopefully, yes. Get them going the same together. The same together. Yes, that makes sense. Get them moving so their motions are matching, okay? Now, when you've got that happening, let's begin to develop what we might call a rock pattern. Both hands are still playing some version of quarter notes, but now this side, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and. Now, what I want you to think about here, first of all, is this idea of interdependence. Doing an exercise like this, it's really easy to see. We did this in the last unit, but how the hands come up and down together. And if we want them to drop together, say on beats 2 and 4, your back beat, then they need to match on the up motion, meet at the top, and fall together. Now in this case, it happens that when we're working on the interdependence, both hands are moving exactly the same. They're starting and ending at the same time. So it's really easy to feel our interdependence at work. When we add the foot in the next little segment, it's going to be a slightly different combination of moves, but the result will be the same, that they're going to come down together and strike at exactly the same moment. Okay? So this is your next task. Get this happening on its own, get this happening on its own, get these two together so everything is even, the motions match, everything's nice and steady. We're focusing on the ands, and then turn this into a rock type pattern. And 3 and 4. So this is playing quarter notes, and 2 and 3 and 4. This is playing 2 and 4 and 2 and 4, right? Okay, so we just picked up some sticks. Now we're going to go back downstairs, and we're actually going to take the feet and the foot motions and translate those to the bass drum pedal. So far in this unit, we've talked about what happens when we take the motions and we add the sticks in the hands. Now it's time to take a look at the bass drum and see when we go from the floor to the pedal. Okay, so what we did in the last unit was we looked at this idea of, and if we look closely at the foot, sort of this lift and drop idea, right? And remember the key parts of this, and by the way, you can put your hands on your pad while you work on this and lean on your pad so that you're supporting your weight a little while you kind of work on this idea of lifting the leg. But remember, the key points here are that the ankle is relaxed. It just hangs. So when I lift my foot off the ground, it just hangs. And we start just by just lifting the heel. That's it. That's something anybody can do, right? A boom, a boom. And now we just take that motion and we just let the front of the foot come off the ground very slightly. And when we roll back, remember we roll from the toes to the heels. So we don't just slam our foot down on the floor, we roll. And if we roll, it really minimizes the amount of shock that we get because we're rolling down into it like so, right? Like this. Okay, so now we're going to take that exact same idea and we're going to put our foot up on the pedal. Now, while you're working on this, again, lean on your pad, and you could take your, most people's case, their left foot off the hi-hat and put it on the floor since your pad isn't as big as the snare drum. So it's a little closer. Again, it's going to help you to just get comfortable with this motion. Sit up straight on your pelvis, lean forward on your pad, so that if I lean forward all the way, I could just lift my leg and hold it off the ground without significant, at least for a little while, without significantly messing with my back. That we do not want to do. Okay, so now let's try this motion. And all we're going to do is we could think of it again as a swung eighth note where the short note is the lift, which goes right into the long note, which is the drop. A one, a one, a one. Feel how it's just all one motion. Not not lift it up, push it down. No, it's one motion. A boom, a boom. Now I want you to notice something. When I drop naturally and I let it, if I'm up like this, obviously the first thing that's going to come down, that's going to meet, is the front of the foot, the toe. And then if I roll, notice that my beater ball does not bury in the head. I don't leave all the weight in the front. I drop and just roll back. What that does is it leaves me in a nice resting position, right? I'm done. I'm completely relaxed. The only effort I put into this motion was a quick little up. And then again, gravity and the very hefty weight of my leg take care of everything else. I don't have to do anything. The down is for free. Is this sounding familiar? Is this message sounding familiar? The down is for free. The work is done on the up, and because if we set things up right, it's a very small amount of work. So I get this huge sound out of my bass drum just by barely lifting my leg and letting it fall. Again, it's so easy that it's probably going to be hard for you to learn it. It's kind of counterintuitive. Okay, so that is motion 1, and we're going to apply this now in 2 different ways. We're going to apply it on beats 1 and 3, which is of course the most basic typical rock bass drum pattern, right? 1 and 3 versus 2 and 4. And then we're going to apply it as a 4 on the floor pattern. We're going to put our click on at 70. And now we're going to start saying and for both of these, even though we're going to lift this leg maybe just a little later than and. Remember, we've already got a nice comfortable lift to sort of set us up to drop right in with the beat. And. So I'm not literally lifting my leg that high. I'm just saying it as a way to remind myself to factor the lift in. Again, think of a tick-tock kind of thing, a metronome. Cluck, 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 cluck. You're a machine, right? We're thinking of these motions as like the lifts and drops of pistons. Sometimes they move together, sometimes they move in opposite ways, sometimes the ways maybe aren't exactly perfectly together or opposite, but the motions are always connected. That is what we're doing. We are connecting the motions, okay? So once you get that down, and. Now, let's put our foot back on our hi-hat and let's connect the bass drum with the hi-hat hand, okay? So that would sound something like this. And. Now again, the goal of interdependence, if I want these two to come down together, right? Here they didn't come down together, they were opposite. And, right? But here they're coming down together on beats 1 and 3. So if I want them to come together down, come down together, they need to be aligned at the top of the motion. That's the idea of interdependence, okay? And, right? So in order for that to happen, I need to be consistent with each motion and then find that spot where they're each at the top of their own motion and then get them to fall together. Again, the drop is for free. So I'm going to do this for a second. We'll take a look at a couple of angles of it, and then we're going to put the whole thing together. 2 and 3 and 4 and. The idea is to feel the heaviness of the limbs, the drop of all of these motions, and to feel them perfectly come down together on, in this case, beats 1 and 3. Okay? Now, we're going to take a look at one more aspect of this combining of things. We're going to create a second bass drum pattern, and that pattern is 4 on the floor, okay? Meaning we play the bass drum on all 4 quarter notes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, and. Remember, don't start your lift on your hi-hat hand until the and. Now let's go back and forth between the two. And. Okay, now lastly, let's bring our snare drum in and we're going to add a backbeat and we're going to have a full-on groove going. Okay, now we're going to add another motion to this collection that we've created so far. And this is going to be another stickless exercise for the hands. that I refer to as the trampoline exercise. In this unit, we're going to work particularly on our timekeeping hand. For most of you, it's your right hand. For me, it's my left hand, for us lefties. And we're going to go from quarter notes on the hi-hat to eighth notes. And the way we're going to do that is via an exercise that I've been teaching for years and years and years that has a really infamous sort of crazy name. It's called the throw up exercise. Now, of course, this has nothing to do with regurgitation, as I always have to explain. It's about, surprise, surprise, the motions involved. Before we get to the throw up exercise, I want to do a warm up that's going to prepare us for what I want you to feel when you are playing the throw up exercise. And so I call this warm up the trampoline warm-up or the trampoline exercise. What is the trampoline exercise? The idea is you want to imagine that your hand and arm are on a trampoline and they're bouncing off that trampoline, okay? So on the way down, your arm, you're going to feel heaviness. But rather than smashing into the pad when you come down, you're just going to lightly bounce off of it as if you're bouncing off a trampoline and then getting propelled back up into the air, okay? Now on the way up, I want you to focus on the hinge. So we talked about the hinge. It's not dead center at the top of your wrist. It's just slightly to the side. So when we lift, we're lifting into that hinge. So what's going to happen is on the way up, after you bounce off the trampoline, the hinge opens first, and then it leads the arm up. So we can come back to the front view. This is what's happening. With our tips of our fingers, right? Arm flat here, just tips down. We're going to bounce off, immediately opening up our hinge. Okay, so that, as you're doing this again, when you get to the top, it's as though you're saying hi to me and I could see your palm, even if your hand is slightly closed. Okay, so the feeling that you want to get from the trampoline warm-up is the up, because in the throw up, the key is going to be the up. Just like what I've been saying since the beginning, it's all about the up. Arm is slightly out from the side, so when we are here, it's as if we are striking the drum in the German grip. Okay, so here is the hinge. Okay, now we're going to pick up the sticks again, and we're going to parlay that trampoline exercise into an exercise that I've taught my students for years. It's a timekeeping exercise with the wonderful name the throw up exercise. Have fun. Okay, so it's time to tackle the throw up exercise head on. Now, for those of you who have taken my shuffles course, you've already had some exposure to this and you have some idea about what it is that I expect. The exercise is called throw up because it's made up of two parts, throw and up. And guess which one is the more important one? I'll give you one hint. It has to do with up. It's all about the up. So most of us as drummers are good at the throw. We know about throwing. We know about how to throw the stick down. We're not so good at understanding the up. Whether the up is a setup into a down or the up is a response to a down that we just played, which we call a rebound. So in this case, the up we're going to be talking about is a rebound. So in other words, the idea is these two motions are connected, but we have to think about them separately. When I throw the stick, I'm thinking more about what's going to happen after that. I'm preparing for the up. And I'm going to follow the up as far up as I can, and then I'm going to let the arm come down again. What's challenging about this is focusing on the up. Okay, now throw up helps spell out pulse, and more specifically what I refer to, because I'm a history guy, right? What I refer to as the American pulse. And what do I mean by the American pulse is a particular way that music that has traditionally come out of America, going all the way back to, say, ragtime in around the late 1890s, through jazz and big band swing and bebop and rhythm and blues and early rock and roll and funk and soul and rock and roll and hip hop, all of these styles had this one thing in common. And what that was that the music had sort of two characteristics. It had forward momentum, but it also felt laid back. It made people dance, but it was also really cool. And this sort of came about as a result of, unfortunately, slavery in America. You had European American music, European American language, European American instruments, And Africans, when they were brought as slaves, were forced to adapt to use these, right? And make the kind of music that Europeans were making. But the thing was, rhythm is a much more complex and nuanced aspect of music in Africa. And so when African slaves and their descendants interpreted European music, they brought an African sensibility to it. And as a result of that, European music got an African American interpretation, which gave the music this feel of having forward momentum, but also feeling laid back. And that's what I mean when I refer to the American pulse. So this exercise, the two parts, the throw, which is driving downward force, creates forward momentum. But what gives it the cool factor, the laid back factor, is the up. Okay, so that's what we're going to be thinking about as we do this, is creating forward momentum, but also making the music feel laid back. And when you think of all those styles I mentioned, from ragtime right up to hip hop, that's kind of one of the things that makes American music, gives it its characteristic, if you could say, and has its rhythmic characteristic for over 100 years. By the way, giving the music this feel is extremely popular. People have loved to dance to all those styles that I mentioned, and people around the world love those styles of music. So there must be something to it, and in my opinion, it's the way that the rhythm makes the music feel. It has this pulse. So the reason the throw-up exercise is so important is that if we can tap into this American pulse, and I'm sorry for those of you who are not living in America, I don't mean to be arrogant, it's just a characteristic of music that has generally come out of this country that has then gone on to be popular around the world. So in many countries around the world, people play hip hop, they play jazz, they play funk, they play, they play rock. These styles are popular the world over. So even if you're not living in America, your ability to capture the American pulse will make you employable because these styles of music are popular everywhere. So we just did the trampoline exercise as a warm-up. If you recall, it looks something like this. So if we simply now put our hand around the stick in our German grip and we imitate that motion, the throw-up exercise looks like this. Okay, now do you see some of the similarities with the trampoline exercise? My arm basically is coming up, I'm following it up, the hinge is opening as soon as I strike, and I then follow it up with my arm. So at this point, at this tempo, I want to make a big motion. Again, I'm not going like this with a frozen hinge. The hinge is a big part of what this exercise is about. Really, we could almost say this is a wrist exercise. Even though my arm is moving, really the driver of it is at the very bottom. I straighten out, close that hinge. As soon as I strike, I bounce right off and I come back. So it looks like this. Okay? Now, a couple things to think about. My back fingers are somewhat loose back here, so there's some wiggle room. I'm not squeezing the stick tight. But that said, you want to keep the back fingers in contact with the stick. They don't have to squeeze it, but just feel them touch it. Okay? In other words, we don't want these fingers off the stick and the stick totally moving in the hand. A lot of people can, for example, if you open the hinge, you could get the stick to bounce. Or sorry, if you open the grip, you can get the stick to bounce. If you let go with the back fingers, you can get the stick to bounce. But what I want you to do is open your wrist to get the stick to bounce. That's what we're really working on here. Okay, and that's what when we worked on this exercise, we were opening the hinge, and now we're gonna basically double that speed and work on it this way. Okay? Now the second thing is, it may look to you as if I'm turning my wrist like this as I do this exercise. I'm not turning my wrist like this. It's just that the stick is coming in at a 45-degree angle. So when my wrist goes straight up and down, remember I'm lifting into this hinge, the stick appears like it's turning, but in reality, we talked about knocking on a door. I'm just knocking on a door. That's what I'm doing. Okay, so this is the trampoline exercise now with a closed hand. I'm just knocking on the door, and as soon as that knock happens, I come right back off of it, and I feel that rebound. I follow that rebound. Okay? So we're going to pick up the pace now, and we're going to turn the click on at 70 BPM, and 3 and 4. Let's go. Okay? Tip of the stick, center of the pad, sit up straight. As you go, when your arm drops, you should be flat and you should be 1 to 2 inches above the pad, just like Ted Reed. If you notice your arm coming in like this, let it come out, relax. Okay, so notice, even though most of the action is here in the hinge, and I'm bouncing it off this middle finger, my arm is responding. My arm is relaxed. Everything in my arm is moving. In other words, either I could be frozen like this, right? So you see my wrist is moving, but my arm is not. Now there's nowhere for the stick to go. We want the whole mechanism to move. Sorry, I'm getting off the click. The whole mechanism here follows the stick, responds. You see how relaxed I am. Notice nothing is moving above my collarbone, right? My arm is moving slightly only as a response to the stick, okay? And I want you to look at my stick tip. You might ask yourself, well, how do I know I'm doing this exercise right, Daniel? You're gonna watch your stick tip. The stick tip is moving continuously, right? Sort of like a wheel that rolls down the road. So each stroke starts at the top. I come down. When I strike, I'm halfway. I come back up, and at the top of my motion, I immediately go into the next motion. So it's a continuous flow, just like a wheel rolling down the road, okay? As you get better at this and more control, think tip of the stick, center of the pad. Relax, see if you can get this much rebound with less and less work on your part. And follow the up. See if you can follow the up as much as you can so that when you come down for your next stroke, you know, you're just barely getting there in time. You're certainly not getting there early, right? We talked about how most drummers, when they force the down, then they always get there early to that destination. So we're trying to relax and use the upward force here to really make this happen, okay? So have fun with this. So now we're going to take all of the various motions that we've worked on throughout the course of this clinic and put them all together back into our basic rock groove. And along the way, you may be tempted to just say, well, I can do that and play the groove the way you've always played it. But what I'm hoping is that even in the course of this short period of time, you've tried some of these motions. You're feeling a little bit different, a little more the weight of the limbs dropping, the idea of using gravity, of feeling more relaxed, of just letting things fall, both in the hands and the feet. And when you put things together, you can go practice along with this, that you'll have a new experience in how you feel the way that you move, the way that the limbs are connected, your choreography. And hopefully you'll be able to begin to get much more sound with much less effort. That's really the goal here. Just by moving things, everything's going to drop perfectly and it's going to sing. So now we're going to put it all together. So far we've developed 2 different timekeeping patterns on the hi-hat. We've got the quarter note lift and drop and the 8th note throw up exercise. We've also developed 2 and 4 here on the snare, and we've developed 2 different patterns in our bass drum, half notes on 1 and 3, and then all 4 quarter notes on 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd like to once again thank you all for watching this clinic and thank Gilbert Garcia and everybody at the Valley Percussion Festival. I've had a great time putting this together for you. If you're enjoying this type of a conversation, if you are interested in learning more about drumming in motion, the clips that I just showed come from an online course that I'm about to release, which is called Finding Your Golden Groove. And of course, the idea is about how you can use motions, how we can train the body to move differently as a way of profoundly giving us the ability to dig deeper into groove, pulse, internal clock, timekeeping, all of these things. So if you're interested in finding out more, the course will be out in a couple of months, and I invite you to send me an email at the address on your screen and just say, hey, I'm interested, please add me to your notification list. Thanks so much, everybody, from New York City. Keep swinging, and I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Bravo, bravo. I'm still holding my sticks in my hand.
Daniel.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Daniel.
Hi, Daniel.
Hey.
Maestro. Not worthy, sir.
Fantastic clinic, Daniel. Thank you so much. It
was a lot of fun to put it together, and this is, I've sort of been living in my own little weird world with my private students for many, many years. I really haven't talked that much about this technique stuff, but there's a lot there. And it seems like, well, what are you doing? You're just playing a rock groove. But the deeper you get into this stuff, it's pretty profound. It's pretty powerful. And I'm really excited because I'm going to start to share it with the world now. The entity is called Drumming in Motion, and several of my private students are on right now. They understand kind of the deal, and anyway, yeah. So I'm hanging out my shingle with my own kind of version of the technique thing, and it's cool. It's exciting. It's really exciting.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff you talk about really leads to just being very efficient in drumming, and like you mentioned, using gravity to your advantage. That's really, really awesome. Yeah, I learned a lot from that. I'm sure everybody else on here did as well.
Yeah, I mean, drummers know all about the down, but when we look for things like pocket, everybody talks about pocket, right? And then a lot of people say, well, there's no, you can't teach pocket. You either have it or you don't. And it's like, that's not really true. You can reverse engineer the motions, which is sort of, I studied with Freddie Gruber for quite a few years in the first half of the 90s. And those concepts I've really just run with them and built them. And what he was so good at was reverse engineering motion and taking it back to its smallest pieces. And so that's what I'm really trying to do in this course, is just to take that one basic groove. I'm not doing any drum solos. There's no fancy fills really, but hopefully you hear in that tune, which is based on When the Levee Breaks, kind of the same idea.
Yeah.
When for example, people, When the Levee Breaks is one of the greatest things ever. What they don't realize is, first of all, John Bonham hardly plays any fills in that tune at all. You know what I mean? Yes. Like what he and Led Zeppelin are trying to do is like capture kind of that drone-like hypnotic old American blues, right? And so it's the groove that does all the talking. And people, they learn the pattern, but are you really playing, are you really like getting what's in there out? Yeah, the feel. So things like pocket and feel, we really can work on these. We can practice them. We can develop them through this study of motion. And the idea, I'll just make one more comment about it. The idea with my private students is that, they play drums. Sorry, I'm in this little camera thing. They play drums over here. And when they're, there we go. But I'm teaching them over here. So it's like two separate worlds. And they said, well, this exercise is very slow, or I can't apply it. I went to my rehearsal and I tried to use it. It's like, don't even worry about it, right? Work on the exercise, work on it a lot, and all of a sudden, organically, it starts to show up in your playing. And that's sort of the idea. It's like, what we're trying to do through these motions is to, like you said, make things way more efficient, way more relaxed, and like just when you begin to move in ways that are more functional, economic, everything else you do as a drummer suddenly starts to drop in and really speak more. So that's sort of the big picture.
Amazing. Yeah, you mentioned studying with Freddie Gruber, and a drummer that I grew up listening to, like I'm sure a lot of other guys did, was like Neil Peart. And I remember Neil Peart taking lessons from Freddie Gruber, and I noticed his playing became a lot more fluid, a lot more relaxed looking than he used to be. And as a result, his groove, I think, got a lot better. It definitely helped him with the jazz music he was doing.
Another great example is Steve Smith, who spent 12 years studying with Freddie. And what I used to do, show my students, is like a video of Steve Smith in 1985 when he was with Journey. Hey, Kirk, how's it going? And then a video from him like 15 years later in 2000 demonstrating some Gary Chaffee stuff. And he looks like two different drummers. And it wasn't not that he wasn't amazing. But the positioning behind the drum set, the way his hands are, the way he's holding the sticks, how high he's sitting, how the tilt of the cymbals and the drums and the way he's moving. So I went through a similar kind of transition myself. I'm not saying I'm the level of Steve Smith, but where I was and where that went, it's sort of like, for me as a teacher, that's why I teach this stuff. I'm like, the person on Weight Watchers who lost 150 pounds. And so all you could do is like rave about, this is how my life changed. This is how it is possible, like those kind of things. So I'm just, it's, and it's much deeper. I've got about 20 courses planned. This Golden Groove course, which is, you saw the clips from, the idea is just to really scratch the surface and introduce some of the terminology and some of these ideas of lift and drop and throw up and, these different kind of things. But there'll be courses, many more courses on German grip, French grip, traditional grip, courses on foot stuff. And the idea is like the question I always ask, which is sort of like, what's the difference between a Ford and a Ferrari, right? So each of them have the same parts. Each of them can do the same thing. They can get you from A to B. So why does one cost like 30 grand and the other one costs 300 grand? So what is the difference? Like, what is the, hi Iris, what is the, what makes the difference, right? So you can say the same thing. Steve Gadd plays that beat, and all the rest of us learned that beat at our very first drum lesson. So how come Steve Gadd gets hired by all the greatest artists in the world and the rest of us don't? So these are the questions that I'm trying to tackle. And I believe that the answers in terms of this motion and movement and stuff like that is really, it's a very direct line towards sort of answering a lot of those questions.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Yeah, that's a lot of truth in that. That's awesome.
I like to think of this in terms of in my students. Sometimes we get to a different topic or section, and they're trying to develop that skill, and then sometimes they'll say, "I can't," and I always revert to the same analogy. When you buy a video game that you really like, can you master it from the beginning?
Right.
No, sir. I die a lot. Well, then what do? You YouTube, and then you practice it with your joystick slowly, and then you watch your friend and you do what he does, and then lo and behold, in a matter of a day or two, you're just playing by instinct. And
exactly.
and the
same as for driving a car. When you're an infant, you learn how to walk. Now, if everybody quit trying to learn how to walk from the beginning, like, the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, we'd all be crawling, right?
Yeah.
But wow, we all can walk, and we don't even think about it, right? We just do it. So and Freddie said a lot of these same messages is that it's drumming should be as easy as walking or breathing, or effortless. Now, of course, you say, what do you mean effortless as walking? But this has to be kind of our goal, as we move forward. And I think another big issue that I'm trying to address with this drumming in motion online series of courses is that, you know, there's so much information out there, right? We you know, we look at YouTube videos, or we sign up for Drumeo or whatever, and there's all these different options, all of which are great. But there's also so much information that a lot of times the analogy I use is like, we're like a ship that has a sail but has no rudder. So we go out on the high seas, we're just blown into this port, we kind of get some stuff, then we're blown into that port. So we have all this stuff, but we don't know where we're going. You know, we don't have any direction. And we're just like, you know, so people get very frustrated and confused because they're learning and practicing, but it may not be that they're actually headed in the direction they want to be. So the idea is, with this series of courses, literally the entire, all of it starts with the throw up exercise, because that's historic. It's about the pulse of the world's popular music for the last 120 years, is this idea of throw up. Whether you're a jazzer, whether you're a rocker, I don't care what style you play. If you play quote unquote popular music, right? So maybe not, you know, maybe classical is a different feel, marching might be a different feel, but like popular music, which is everything from ragtime to hip hop, you're going to need this pulse. And that's what makes you employable, regardless of whether you're a professional or you want to be in the school jazz band, or you just want to play in a band, or you want to play in a better band. You know, understanding that pulse alone can make all the difference. So everything starts with that one exercise, and then we build. It's like an inverted pyramid. And so
Yes.
the idea is you put a rudder onto that ship. And it's not like you do a little of this and a little of that. We go in a very straight line, and it all starts from one exercise, and we build. Everything that comes next all relates to what came before. So we slowly build, like, you know, another analogy, I like analogies, but like if you're building, you know, if you ever seen like a giant skyscraper, okay, the first thing you do is put a huge hole in the ground, and then months and months and months of work go into building the foundation, right? And you know, tons and tons of concrete, you know, cement trucks pouring and all the rebar and all that. And then when the building gets built, you don't even see that stuff. But that's the most important part of everything, you know, is
It's
the
holding it
infrastructure.
together.
And so, you know, a lot of times drummers learn something and they go, oh, I can do that. You know, okay, I figured that out. I can do that. Check. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. It doesn't really matter unless it's really in there. Otherwise, you're just flitting around, you know? So the idea is, can we take something we've been doing our whole lives, which is the, you know, the basic rock beat? Let's just start there, right? I mean, how many styles of basic rock beat, you know, hip hop, funk, rock, country, whatever, it's that basic beat. If you can get inside that beat a lot deeper, well, now all of a sudden you're going to be saying something that's more valuable or is going to make you more employable. So I try not to just say, oh, well, this concept, you should do this because it's historical and this and that. I want my students to get out there and do, like, you know, meet their goals in life, whatever those goals are. And so we start here and then, you know, we begin to move through. But the idea is this kind of stuff just tightens it up, gets that foundation heavy, you know, serious.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes.
Fantastic.
So somebody had one question, Daniel, with regarding to your the Royal Crown review. If you are still doing you know, something with them, let me see if I can find it. I think
I
they're
saw
asking
that
if you're
question,
still.
yeah. I hate to say it, we unfortunately are not really active these days. I mean, the band, we still have a website, we sell merch. We were supposed to play at the Viva Las Vegas Rockabilly Festival. We were going to headline. It was going to be a huge show in Vegas. What is that? Oh,
We got an alert, a weather alert here.
oh no. Okay. Anyway, it was supposed to be
Sorry about
Easter
that.
weekend.
Yeah.
Easter weekend of last year. Well, guess what happened a couple of weeks before Easter weekend? The pandemic. So,
Yes.
we didn't end up doing the show, and I don't know now what's going to happen with that. We might be back at Viva Las Vegas, but it probably won't be this year. It would probably be 2022. Oh, everybody's phone is getting it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe it's is it a Texas thing?
Yes, it's
Yeah,
a Texas thing.
Something about a tornado warning or something. I don't know. I'll check it out later.
If I can give an FYI to our viewers right now, we do have a severe thunderstorm that's happening. You know, guys, you know that sometimes affects the internet, right? So hopefully we go unscathed, and we can finish streaming the latter half of today. If by any chance it is interrupted, I will try and get on my phone and let you know of it. And if we cannot stream it today, we will stream it. We will, set it for another time. But the content, the event will get to you. So yes, you were saying, Daniel.
Oh, I'm just saying that, yeah, Royal Crown doesn't have anything booked for the moment. We're sort of spread out all over. But if people are interested, we have it's royalcrownreview.net. They can go to the website and get on the list, and we're still communicating with the fans and everything, So it's a great band. I mean, it was an active part of my life for 20 years. Serious, in fact, more, 25 years. So
the band still exists.
It still exists, but we're not really very active right now. We're not touring or gigging at the moment.
Good. Well, I think this wraps up our segment so that we can give some lunchtime for our viewers. This is characteristic.
Yeah, we're in a different time zone. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes. Would that be dinner for you, sir?
Yeah, no, I'm just like, lunch. There's drumming to be worked on. There's education.
Exactly. Yes. This is customary, sir. In when we do our live events, and there's a clinician like you going, and it's past the allotted time, and then people will, sometimes you have one or two persons that'll say like, it's time, and then you have another one say, he's in the zone, man. Let him be. Let it flow. Yes. So
well, I just want to say one more thanks to you both, and for inviting me to be a part of this. I'm really honored. It's really incredible that what you guys are doing. I'm so happy. A lot of my friends and associates and students from around the world were on the comments section, and I'm so glad people came in and were able to experience this. And definitely, folks, there's much more to come. Is there a third day next weekend, or is this the third? There is. So there's another Saturday.
Right? Yes. Steve Gadd, Dom Famularo, Ray Luzier.
Steve Gadd is going to do a clinic, people, and he just released a book, and I'm going to check that out for sure. His book is like all the stuff he talked about. Like I heard him say, when during the pandemic, he's like, I was just walking around the house with my sticks tapping on things, and I started to realize, like, I've never really written down all my warm up. This is like the golden stuff right here. So I'm excited for that. And Dom, of course, great.
Yes, awesome. Pete Lockett will also be presenting a clinic.
Amazing.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes. Well,
that's terrific.
I guess this is where we say thank you very much, Daniel.
Yes, thank you, Daniel.
We really appreciate it. You just gave us gold nugget after gold nugget, and yes. So yes, thank you, George Peña, sir. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and Daniel once again. And I will set up the link, guys, for the evening segment. Make sure to catch it, please. Peace.
Goodbye, everybody from around the world. Good seeing everyone here. Bye-bye.
Yes.